I didn't bring myself in the stream yet, so I was talking to air and a lot of ice outside my house, man. We have like snow and ice coming down, or it was like snow coming down. Then as soon as it hit anything, it turned to ice and then it gained like 20 pounds. It was crazy. Central New York in the wintertime gets like way out of hand. It's just, it truly is nuts. So welcome everybody. I'm so glad you guys are here. So hey, Jon Benet Smith, how are you doing? Hey Pepper, how's it going? Hey Shay, let's see. Hey Kaylee, Cosmos, I'm so glad you guys are here. Could everyone do me a favor? Please hit like. This is a super, I'm so happy you guys are here. This is a super light live stream for a Friday evening, and we have tons of good content to talk about on the Jon Benet Ramsey case. Much in thanks to you guys and asking great questions, making great suggestions, and helping us as a community put some really meaningful, and I'm going to use Kaylee's word from the other night because I loved it, probative pieces of interviews, information, investigative product together so we can take a look at what happened to this case, remembering all of these happenings were ranging and spread about, well, this happened in 1996, right? So we are long time down the road, well over 25 years later. And, all of these pieces that we can put together now and start to see some things coming together, some, kind of like minutia, sort of like, what is that shape? Pieces of the puzzle are starting to take form, and there are a lot of questions, not the least of which, and I think the most important of which, and the most frequently asked of which, is, was Jon Benet's murderer somebody in the Ramsey family? Or was it an intruder, an outsider who broke into their house and or likely lied in wait, perhaps, for Jon Benet while they were returning home from a Christmas celebration with their best friends' families, where apparently, by all accounts, the Ramsey family and Jon Benet, only 6 years old, had an awesome time. Even as now different pieces of information come out through different platforms, different sources. Like, I do love when Netflix started pumping out all these true crime documentaries. Like, damn, Netflix, I didn't see that happening. Come on, like, come over here with us, sister. This is good stuff. But some of them are, I think are a little like cuckoo. But some people think I'm a little cuckoo, right? But as things like these big pushes to look back at cases retrospectively and under the scrutiny of, the whole world watching it again, turning its gaze to, we have to find justice for Jon Benet Ramsey. Who was the killer? Was it Patsy? Was it John? Was it, was it somebody who was obsessed with little girls who kept showing up at the pageants? As that happens, it sort of forces people, it puts pressure on them or puts them in a corner where they can't run with evidence they had that they were concealing or hiding or trying to pretend never existed in the first place. Or, if they know something, they have to talk. And so whenever we get these big pushes on a case, they come out in the form of like, some kind of mainstream media or popular media source like the Netflix documentary, I think it's really an awesome thing. And I just realized I do not even have my mic plugged in. What's my audio sound like? I imagine it can't sound very good, guys. Let's see. Hey, Chicken Lady, how are you doing? Let me just go grab my mic real quick. I couldn't even get my car door open to bring all my stuff in when I came home from work because everything was just completely iced. Like, it was like an ice, it was just like my whole town was like an ice castle. Hey, ladies, what you doing on my microphone, girls? Mommy, girls, what you doing on my microphone? Oh, we just hopped on you a little bit, did a live stream while you were doing something else, Mama. Oh, did you guys go to the bunnies live stream? They stole my mic. I'm just kidding. And I talk to them like that all the time. Do you guys talk to your animals, pets? You don't have to necessarily talk to them like that, but maybe like how I do or in a different way. I think it's weird when people don't talk to their pets. No offense to anyone out there, but I'm like, man, they're looking at you. They love you. They're wagging their tail. They want you to love them. Talk to that baby. So I do enough talking for other people. Oh, just 1 minute. I'm just getting my mic connected here. So happy holiday time. Christmas quickly approaching. I keep saying that with every live stream. I just cannot believe it every single day when we're closer, and I'm super not ready, but that's okay. I do my best work like under pressure and at the last minute, as you guys might notice somehow. So that's good. But are you guys ready for whatever you are going to be doing to celebrate the holiday? The nature of my mic outsource, so you can wait. Oh, that's so cute. Country life for chicken. I know you talk to your babies. That's so funny. Hi, Sherry. How are you doing? Let's see. Can I say yes to Jessica? There you go. Hey, Valerie, how are you doing? Yes. Okay, so you can hear me okay now? Feverishly cleaning for my house guests as we speak. Oh, girl, don't we all know it, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So almost set on that. And welcome to everybody who had come in. It's great to see you guys. Please hit like and possibly share the link if you're up for it. YouTube is wanting me to try all of these new features. I saw this on some other channels and I thought it was kind of weird. And I'm not sure how I feel about it, but they want you to set like, I'm not sure. So it's going to be like a super chat. I'm not sure. Something might, I don't know. I'm getting baited, experimental by YouTube for all of these features, and some of them you can bypass and some of you can't. So if you see some different things popping up, I just want you to know that. And then, I guess when they just happen, that's how they figure out if people like them or use them or not. So here we are, a bunch of guinea pigs in an ice storm under the watch of YouTube, etc. Jesus Christ. I've not been one to believe that Jon Benet's family was involved in what happened to her. At some point I did. People were making very good cases to indicate that they were guilty and they were hard to refute. But over the years, as everything has come together, I have come to believe that they were not involved. But I know a lot of people out there disagree with me big time. And I want to know what you guys think about this. So I'm just trying to put a very simple question here. In the community, or like as a poll question, right? And ask you guys if you think the Ramsey family was involved or not. And I just have to get past YouTube's wanting me to try out their new toys. So just 1 moment. Am I really nothing more than a guinea pig, YouTube? I've always known that. It's okay. I've come to terms with it. Okay. There we go. Okay, now my polls. Okay, great. Okay, so the question is very simply going to be, do you think that Jon Benet's family, so that would be her father, John, her mother, Patsy, or her brother, oh my God. Oh my God. I say his name all the time. Her brother, bleh. Oh my God. Dude, I cannot. Burke. Oh my God. That took so long to come into my head. I think I need to go see a doctor or something. I was just like thinking that. Her brother Burke, who he is admittedly, he's a bit of a strange cat. Like he was strange different as a child. He was different. You can see that. And he's definitely different as an adult, which has brought some suspicion upon him. We all know that different doesn't mean murderer. But I do want to know if you think any of them were involved, or if you think that this whole horrible crime was at the hands of intruders into the house, outsiders. So I'm just going to pop that question up, and then we will continue and chat. I could never type and talk about something different at the same time, so you're just going to hear typing for a moment. And I have to make sure the wording is happy, like YouTube appropriate. So sometimes I have to think back to my first grade vocabulary. Do you think Jon Benet's life was taken? There we go. Life was taken. It's a good, not get in trouble way to say it. Life was taken by ... and then it'll have the options. Okay. Do you think Jon Benet's life was taken by, so that, oh goodness gracious. It has to be a yes or no question. You're fucking kidding me. Okay. By a member of her family. Yes or no? That'll answer the question. Okay. Do you think Jon Benet's family's life was taken by a member of her family? And again, I'll specify John, Patsy, or Burke. And please weigh in on that. I really want to see what people are thinking about that these days, because over the years, as I've touched back in on this case in like a number of different ways, I feel like the kind of the mass of opinion has shifted a lot, and sometimes like back and forth. And I think it is just a really interesting study that we can keep up with over time and track over time to see how society has reacted to this case that everybody knows about, everybody recognizes, everybody has a sentiment about, and the media and other sources of influential mind power push strongly in one way or another. And as that's happened, although we think we're strong and resolute in our positions, it's almost like we are swaying in the wind. That's been how I've kind of seen it. But once I figure out where everyone's at right now, we'll be able to kind of determine some more definitive things about that. All right. So we got yes and no and start poll. I don't want another option, YouTube. All right, there we go. All right, poll is up, my friends. Cough Off says, I don't think it was anyone in the family. Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. I don't see any of them as, having indicators of a pathology that extreme and sinister, or, maladaptive in any other area of their life. Burke, again, is a little different, but that doesn't mean murder. I just do not see it in them. And I think I've looked hard, but there are a lot of other people out there who've looked much harder, because there are people out there that really want to make them guilty, right? They really, that's where they're going. That's where they're researching. That's the direction they're going in. And even with all that effort towards that, I haven't been able personally to see any indicators that they're people that could possibly be capable of this, even as a cover-up to an accident. But that would be the only possible scenario I think could fit in the reality that we live in that would involve the Ramsey family. The Country Life of Chicken says, this case is sort of weird to me because I typically always have a strong feeling of who may have done it, and I truly have no idea in this one. I share that similar sentiment, Chicken, and I think, yeah, that was a really well-stated point. Georgianne says, and welcome, Georgianne. How are you doing? I do, I think you're saying, I do think that Jon Ramsey knew where his daughter was in that house. So you think when the investigator sent him and his friend, Fleet, was it, on a search, because he was told to go search the house from top to bottom, from corner to corner, because he was so anxious and frenetic. It was like impeding on the investigation. And it was just making everyone be like, dude, get him out of here, man. This is like, he is not good energy for anything right now. So he was given a task just to keep him busy and out of the way, essentially, to scour the house with his eyeballs from top to bottom and one end to the other with his friend. And that is when they discovered Jon Benet, which to me seems like he very well could not have known where she was, because he was told to look at every inch of the house. But then again, he could have known that she was anywhere she was in the house. And it would be hard for us to know for sure, because he was given orders to assume the job of a trained investigator, essentially, right? So that's kind of weird. I don't know, man. It's like it's just one of the weird things. Hey, Maggie Bridget, welcome. How are you? And thank you so much for the $10 super chat. She says their home was massive. It was massive. 6,800 square foot. Is that right? My house is huge. Like, it's freaking huge. It's so much more than I would ever want to have to take care of. We don't even, I mean, it's like, it's older. It was built in 1938. It's just where I live, though, but if I had a bigger family, it would be great. But it's just me, my kid, and all of our bunnies. Things are starting to make sense now, right? And my house is 2,300 square foot. So that would be, it's a huge house. It's a huge house. And I know that it's, some of the investigators have described it as being deceptive. Because I remember people were like, oh, it's such a huge house. You look at it and it looks like a little, like almost like a mini Tudor style, right, from the outside. But it goes way far back. And I think there are a total of 4 floors, because there's a split level that wouldn't be called like a first or a basement, because of the kind of property that they're on and because of the unique structure of the house. It looks very small, but it is huge. Yeah, good point. Let's say, welcome to everybody who's coming in. It's great to see you guys. I hope you're all doing well and you're looking forward to an awesome holiday season. Oh, I have a really cute like Christmas backdrop I want to put. I'll do it tomorrow night though. Yeah, and I wanted to do for Christmas. I don't probably not right on Christmas. I did a live stream on Thanksgiving that was fun, and I was glad that people got to be there and we got to see each other on that day. And but for me, my like Christmas day, more of my family's going to be there, like my nieces who are like, late high school, college age, and I really kind of keep myself in, I got to spend time with them. So, but like that week, sometime between Christmas and my birthday, which is December 30th, the day that Brian Koberger was arrested in 2022. Yeah. I want to do a couple totally different things. Like I want to do like just a true crime trivia and do like prizes and stuff. I'm trying to get some merch by then, so some people can like win the very first ever hot off the press What's the Obsession merch. And are you here, Honey Bun? And Honey Bun has been helping to design some of that, and I think you guys are going to freaking love it. I don't want to unveil it though till it's available, because this is how I want to do it. So then, we'll do that. We'll do trivia, true crime trivia with prizes, and give some free merch away, and maybe more than that even. And then, maybe just over like this holiday time, just having a couple more casual live streams where we can just get together and chat. And it's just really more casual for me because I don't have to have anything prepared. But that way, it won't keep us on the track of a topic following some horrific crime, but we can just talk about whatever we want to and like feel good about following that flow. So what do you guys think about that? Good? Yeah? No? Because if you're not going to come, I'm just going to take a nap. Okay? If you're not going to come to the party, I'm just going to eat the cake. I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to take treat meal. You either know or you don't on that one. Sherry, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Oh no, Sherry, did you give other super? Oh, you are so sweet, Sherry. I saw your cute little picture up there a few times. Let's see. I'm just trying to. I see a little conversation going on. I want to pick up to where it began. How long ago it started. Oh, hey, Nelda. Okay, I'll start with Nelda there. Nelda says, Kelly, the letter and the phone call were mom where mom was caught changing rapidly her demeanor while she was acting hysterical while on the phone. They hung up and were heard instantly calmly whimpering. Well, we're going to actually go over that phone call and, the enhanced audio of it. I think were you here on Thanksgiving when we went over that? I think we definitely hear voices and we hear things that are decipherable being said that you wouldn't know were in the phone call if you didn't enhance the audio. And maybe they did or didn't want you to hear. But I love Nilda and totally respect your opinion, but I don't hear that like what you just described. To me, if a mother had truly just got a ransom note saying somebody took her child and she was all over the freaking place, to me, I consider that as to be expected and a sign like this person is reacting just like you'd think they would be. You know what I mean? If they were just kind of I don't know, but we'll go back to that. But thank you for being here. Love you, and it's always great to see you. We can talk about that more. Let's see. So George Ann says, yes, the investigator said she knew who the killer was. So are you talking about the female investigator, one of them that was one of the first on the scene? Is that who you're referring to? And then Raina says, welcome, how are you doing? Says she was trafficked and one of them took her life. And see, all of these possibilities, not only are they possible just in the sense as you sit here thinking about them, you're like, yeah, man, I could see that happening, because if you look at a similar demographic of family composition and child and victimology, you can also think of other victims that would fit, like here Raina's describing the trafficking, then unaliving scenario, right? We know examples of that happened. We know that happens. We know that, there are task forces, to fight that specific kind of horrific crime because it happens, right? So this case is definitely unique, and trying to figure out is unique. Killian, I agree with you again. I don't know. You've just been like a mirror of my mind in the past couple of live streams. Everything I pin what you say. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Killy says the only scenario I can't see. Oh, okay. That is the one I could see. Okay, so we disagree finally. But Killy is saying the only scenario I can't see is the bedwetting theory one cop had. Now, see, I can see that because that whole bedwetting thing and the apparent, and it's always a parent who personality-wise fits a typical the same prototype kind of. They have qualities that, if you were to give them a questionnaire, they would answer yes, or they would answer a certain way on the same things. You'd put them all together. They would go in a pile where other people would go in different piles. And this one pile, and Patsy Ramsey would be in that pile. And I'm not saying I think this is what happened, but it makes sense to me, is all I'm saying. Would be other women primarily. It wouldn't be a man who would respond to bedwetting the way that a woman would, where she just lose her shit, exert some Herculean power or force, and then just realize she had done something that she absolutely did not intend to do. But it's almost kind of like the kind of flash of anger is almost this sort of very similar to like the postpartum, like kind of flashes of intense emotion that don't make any sense to the person who's experiencing them. So it really freaks them out. It's said to be the same thing because it's triggered by the same hormonal and like kind of chemical happening in your body. But I think that is possible. I don't think that Patsy Ramsey was an abusive woman. I do not think that she, typically physically abused Jon Benet for wetting the bed, but Jon Benet did wet the bed almost nightly. And I have looked into this a lot because this is something that I do know about, is being a possible at that age and at certain ages, the bedwetting with that frequency, it can be a possible indicator of some other things that we're not going to go into in detail right now. And it's something that, you know, in the position I'm in now and in other positions I've been working with children and teenagers who need all kinds of special support and love to keep them going on the right path or to keep them going at all. Sadly, they're a population where you might see some of these things going on, them wetting the bed often, and it being traced to certain things that are going on in their life or were going on in their life. And it's not just S abuse. We can talk about this again in more detail down the road a little bit here in the stream if you want to. But yeah, so to me, I was like, oh my God, that makes total sense. I mean, this is something that we know is a problem. We know it happens exactly how he explained. Maybe he was explaining that was a possibility, you know, kind of playing out the result. The way he explained it was almost like directly from his training, how he would be taught if you know, come to know that a child of a certain age is bedwetting with a certain frequency, or if they are like emptying their bladders when it happens, they're not waking up. It's just all these certain different things you want to look out for. It could be an indicator of this. So as an investigator or police officer, you would then want to turn your attention to something else that would help you complete the picture that you might be looking at of something that would be a crime, right? So that may be how that came up for him, but we'll come back to that. Yeah. Sherry, thank you so much. I think this is your second super sticker. Thank you so much, Cherry. You are just such a wonderful support and moderator and friend and doll. Oh, and Kylie says, happy holidays, everyone. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad you found us. I love reading your comments. I read all your comments. And one more. Oh, hey, happy birthday. Is your birthday December 30th? Is that really your birthday too? That would be super freaking weird. My best friend and her husband's birthdays are December 31st. And there's all these like weird numeric things with birthdays in the end of December. And Sherry, thank you so much. You are such a sweet guys. You guys are all wonderful. And just as a side note, Sherry and I, oh no, we weren't talking about this specifically. I was thinking after we got the phone the other day. Shanann Watts was, oh yeah, and Sherry is also, you're on the 28th? Oh my gosh, we're all Caps. Shanann Watts was also a Capricorn, and Capricorns have a very specific personality, okay? And I am very aware that I have elements of it, and I'm very aware that I saw them very clearly in Shanann Watts. And in those ways, she and I are very similar, and so are all other Capricorns too. It's crazy how that just is. I don't know that much about other signs. I just know Caps. Sorry, I take care of my own peeps. You guys are all my peeps too, but my Caps, we can be especially stubborn and cranky and, you know, sort of, you know, perseverate on certain, you know, aspects of life. We don't need to as much as we do at times. So lovingly, I have referred to Shanann Watts as a goat for that reason, because the zodiac sign that represents Capricorn is a goat. So some channels have turned that around to portray to her poor mother, Sandy Rusick, that I was saying these horrible, dirty things about her and calling her these nasty names, including a goat. No, we were just bonding because we are goatly Capricorns. So that was all that was about. All right, let me get back to the topic, but yeah. Awesome. K Mellis 22 says first time making it live. So excited. I've been binging on your content lately. Awesome. That's awesome. What have you been watching? Has it been what stuff or other things? Kelly started a bed and breakfast. I don't know if let's see. Okay, truth be told, my son and I sleep on the first floor because we can. My son is always like preferred to like sleep on a couch, and I actually feel it's more comfortable too. Since I've been single for a super long time, so other than my child and bunnies, like I don't have anyone sleeping with me. Well, my child doesn't sleep with me. He's little. You guys know what I mean. So we have like, you know, 3 like little comfortable like personality rooms that have couches in them downstairs. So we just like, you know, claim those. And then we have 1, 2, 3.5 bedrooms in my upstairs. So I could do a little bed and breakfast. And my town actually has a couple that do very well because it's very historical, cute little town. It's a great bed and breakfast town. If anyone really wants to open a bed and breakfast in my house, please reach out to me and have fun, because I don't use that space except for storage. Okay, guys, I got to get back to this case. I'm sorry. It's your mom's birthday too. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Okay, so since we did just bring up, okay, remember, this caught my eye first. Then we're going to listen to the 911 call since we were just talking about it. In my opinion, Jessica says, parents knew exactly what happened. I wouldn't be surprised that crappy investigator were given a case they don't specialize in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They had all freaking the wrong people on this case. Oh my God, a beautiful, young, precious six-year-old little girl is murdered. Let's put the junior roster on and in all the wrong positions. Like, what is up with that? Yeah. In my opinion, they wanted to bungle the case, a cover-up, in my opinion. Very well said. I tend to agree with that. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay, we're going to talk about that. So Pepper's asking, okay, this is why I just got to get back into the content. I love talking to you guys. That's why we're just going to have a chat night this week. Pepper says, Kelly, in the Netflix documentary, what's the state that they've had DNA evidence since January after she was alive, but there was not anyone in the family, at least mom, dad, or brother. It gets a little complicated, but this is one of the major pieces of evidence that was completely buried. Investigators and probably anybody that was on the prosecution team that may have been eyeing up the possibility of this going to any semblance of a trial, I'm sure that they had their shovels and they were adding on the pounds of dirt and more. So there was a deep DNA analysis done of Jon Benet Ramsey's underpants, and there is unknown DNA found in her underpants, and in a way, other evidence when they did the autopsy and examined her, the clothing she was wearing as being part of the crime scene, and then, the surrounding area, obviously, as well as part of the crime scene. They strongly believe that she was SA'd, and there is absolute, good, hey, look, here's some DNA. They look at, they're like, oh, this is definitely identifiable DNA. They just don't have anyone to match it to. They were able to exclude the possibility of that DNA coming from Jon Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, or Burke Ramsey. Now, in one of Jon's interviews, he says he didn't even know about this until, and I'm sorry, I can't provide you a specific time frame because I don't remember exactly when it was. I have a couple options in my head, but we're going to get there. And that story is really crazy. Yeah, I like this too as well. Nilda says, and having open casual, any subject conversations, I think best possibilities generate because we are relaxed and open-minded. Exactly. I totally agree with that. Well, now I know this case is so confusing for me, no doubt. Let me bring in the 911 call. We just already chatted so much. I just had to already throw 60% of the content that I gathered up to look at with you guys tonight. That's why on this channel we do live streams. And then, when I started this channel, I did only videos that I would, I put together, I create them. I gather all of the content, the information. I do the research. I get the sound bites. I get the videos. I do the narration. I write the script. I do the editing. I do the audio. And that's still what I do when I make videos. And I love doing that. That's why I started this channel. I wanted to learn how to do that. And also talk about the Watts case and other true crime. So here we are. So there are those kinds of videos, which I believe in the feedback I get are usually more, as far as conveying information, efficient, effective, straight to the point. And I hope, the message is communicated clearly and without too many bumps in the road. And that's because I spend so much time compiling all that, checking it, editing it, watching it, making sure I'm hearing it the way I want you to hear it, that I didn't make any mistakes, that I'm not spreading any false information, that I'm only helping to put out the truth when it comes to finding justice for people that no longer have a voice. So that's one kind of video on my channel. There's, of course, shorts and things like that. And then we do live streams. So when I get so bold and overzealous as to think that we're going to do a live stream, and I have content from 9 different sources and videos, and I, pulled it all out. I didn't like make a video and edit it all together because that just takes so much time, but it's all up there on my dashboard. I'm ready to pull it in. I keep doing that, but what I need to do is to say, you know what, Kelly, just be honest with yourself. All right, you guys are witnessing a conversation with myself. Okay. So just let it happen. You good? Okay. And I'm like, what? Listen, you're not going to do a live stream and in that live stream be able to present all of that information you gathered from blah, 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 blah. Got the start time, the stop time, have your notes, is what you want to say, the questions you want to ask, because you want to know your audience's opinion on these things because they're awesome. You haven't done that ever, not once, because you talk too much. So just do your nice little edited videos that you like so much. When you want to put all that content together, put it out there, let the people do what they'd like with it, and then invite them back to discuss it. So I do that sometimes, but I've really come to realize that is the format I need to follow. And there's some other format changes that are coming up with this channel starting in January, but I'll tell you more about it as it comes. Those come up. I just want to let you know what's going on, so it doesn't seem like something, I don't know. But it's all very exciting. And it's all very exciting and involves all of you, of course. All right. Let's see. So I'm pulling in from Amazon. So that would be right there. Okay. And so I'm just trying to figure out which tab I have to hit. I think it's this one. We're going to find out. Yeah? No. Shit. I didn't do it. Wait, try that. Let's try this one. Sharing window. All right, so I'm just going to bring a different one in. Stop sharing. Start sharing. Pick what you're sharing. See, and then all this, when, there's, you just can't deliver a smooth presentation of, linked content that wasn't originally linked, that you're linking together because of the narrative or conversation you're putting to it. StreamYard doesn't really let you do it smoothly anyway. That's why I'll do it click, click, fumble, fumble, clunky, clunky, monkey, chunky. So now we know. There we go. I got that now. Okay. All right. And thank you very much for the super chats and super stickers, because I am going to play this so this video doesn't have a chance in hell in getting monetized. In fact, but I know I'm going to play a lot less of it this time. But what I'm saying is, if you come back to watch this live stream, it's not going to be taken down. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry, gods of YouTube and whatever. I'm not so cocky as to think you don't have the power to take me down. Just leave me alone, please. It shouldn't be taken down fully at all. But what I found is certain content and true crime cases from popular platforms and mainstream media, they won't take your video down, but they will restrict it in certain countries and certain geographical reasons and things like that. So there's some confusion because people say, oh, I can see it. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, it was taken down. No, it wasn't taken down here. So I just want you guys to be aware of that, just on this channel and when you see on other channels, because YouTube is changing things up again. And that's why I'm changing things up, because I have to get ahead of the clusterfuck that they're going to make for me. And there's only going to be more of what I just explained to you, that kind of regional or country specific blocking due to big money, not big channels like YouTube channels. God bless them. I'm sure they work their butts off to get there. But like NBC, ABC, HBO, they're going to be able to have more power to let the smaller creators or any creator who's not a big conglomeration, yes, use their content, but when they do, they won't get paid and may or may not show up. So it's like really very undesirable for a content creator like myself. All right. But anyway.
That's the end of it.
And it's interesting because there are some.
Here, the Jesus, the second time. Let's put.
She thought she had hung up the call and disconnected it while the
officer over, okay? Do you know how long she's been gone?
To everybody else, they sort of had the perfect family exterior.
this
Okay,
crime
sorry, I just want to get
criminalist. He is so
His experience accumulatively, it's over 200.
2 a.m. Patsy calls the
You
police.
know what? Seriously, suck at YouTube. I'm just going to play it because they're going to do what they're going to do anyway. So instead of being anxious about it and trying to cut out a few seconds here and a few seconds there, so then you actually can't even really understand what's being said, I'm just going to play it. Sometimes you just got to leave things up to fate, baby. There we go. Which leads me to another one of my goals. It's not, I'm not telling you this is happening because I've had this started, but barely, and I've done nothing more with it for quite a while. I really do want to roll out a Patreon just so the content that we know might not be able to survive on other platforms, but is important, can survive somewhere. And I know other true crime creators do that too. So they have that some content surviving there that can't hear. But, you know, I have a lot of, just even on the Watts case, I have a ton of content that I know people would like to see, but I would never in a million years, unless I wanted to watch my own, you know, my own painful demise happen in front of my own very eyes, put it on YouTube. It's not that I don't want you to see it or don't think you should see it, or I want to hold on to it all for my selfie and not you. I just don't have any way to transmit the information to you. So, you know, for something like that. Let me know if you have any thoughts about that. Maybe you have a Patreon person listening. What's your experience like with that? It just seems a little complicated getting it set up for me, but everything is at first. So I guess I just need to endure and get her done.
911 emergency.
Police. She's blonde. 6 years old.
How long ago was this?
I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter's.
Does it say who took her?
What?
Does it say who took her?
I don't know. There's a ransom note here.
It's a ransom note?
It says SBTC. Victory. Please.
Okay, what's your name? Are you
Patsy Ramsey. I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please.
I'm sending an officer over, okay?
Please.
Do you know how long she's been gone?
No, I don't. Please, we just got out and she's right here. Oh my God, please.
Okay,
Please, there's somebody.
I am, honey.
Please.
Take a deep breath.
Please,
Okay.
hurry.
Patsy.
There's 6 seconds of something that's inaudible.
Patsy thought the phone call was ended. The last thing she ever thought was somebody was still listening to her.
Now, hold on. I want to pause so far. And I also got up a few articles on that. Susan said that she saw in another channel that Jon Benet Ramsey was photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell, which of course would make everyone, you know, grasp their pearls and gasp out loud because of, well, you know, that guy, that really super disgusting pedophile who may or may not have taken his own life in that Manhattan jail. You know who I'm talking about, Jeffrey Epstein. So, you know, that creates this really controversial connection that, you know, I'm sure, oh my gosh. And people were talking about that a couple weeks ago. I brought this case too. And it's not true. It was created by, it wasn't an authentic thing. And I'm going to read you the actual information on that. But I can totally understand why people that saw that would think it would be. But that's just one example of and I'm not saying that creator that Susan saw, I don't know where she saw it. Somebody made that up with the intention to either it was a really just disgusting, not funny joke, or to fool people for some goal that they had in mind, whether it be money or views or attention or love or a feeling of popularity. That's why that is out, picture is out there being presented as being real. And then other people see it and man, like, dude, life is freaking crazy. If Jon Benet Ramsey were in a photograph with Ghislaine Maxwell, far more fucking insane things have happened, right? It's totally believable that could have happened, you know, but without any context or backstory or, you know, appropriate information disclosed from certain sources or channels. So you can be given the freedom and right to choose for yourself. If you want to trust them and give them your time and energy, you know, a lot of, you know, sources or creators will take that away from you and just say, you know what, I'm going to make that decision for everybody who comes to my channel. I'm going to try to fool them. I'm going to suck them in on false pretenses and premises and tell them some things that really aren't true, but damn, they are juicy. And sometimes I might even pay some other people a few bucks to get involved and pretend that they are people they are not. You know what I mean? So always in true crime. And I could get fooled just as easy as anybody else. So this is a PSA for all of us. Thank you for bringing it up, Susan Peterson, I'm sorry. So they were just listening to the call where, you know, Patsy Ramsey's on the phone. And I know that even in this show here, or this documentary, this reflection of these investigators here, they bring up it sounding weird that Patsy calls Jon Benet my daughter. My daughter is missing. And she refers to herself as the mother. And I want to know what you think about that. Do you feel that that alone is like distancing language that would make you feel suspicious of Patsy or not? I'm going to keep playing this so we can keep moving forward, but I'm going to be looking for those comments to pin and put up on the screen or talk about if you have thoughts on that. I personally, when you listen to the way that Patsy Ramsey talks, when she's not under this kind of pressure of, you know, reporting that her daughter is missing or talking about her daughter being murdered and her being pinned for it, I believe that is very consistent with the way that she speaks and her syntax and semantics of her normal verbal, you know, interaction with the world. But I want to know what you think about that. But I could be wrong, but I don't think I am on that one.
Patsy.
Because the 911 call plays such a significant part in this case, Jim Fitzgerald is exactly the right person to be able to provide analysis.
There are, you know, many factors that are very interesting from a forensic linguistic perspective. The fifth word used is the plural pronoun we.
We have a kidnapping.
We have a kidnapping. What does that even mean? Where's the ownership?
She's blonde, 6 years old.
She doesn't mention her daughter's name. She says, my daughter, my 6-year-old
I'm the
blonde.
mother.
I'm the mother.
Are you Patsy Ramsey? I'm the mother.
These are behavioral things that I
No,
think.
see, this is okay. So, and again, I mean, these are very experienced people in their fields, and I'm a behavioral therapist. I don't work on a forensic. Well, I don't specifically work in a forensic capacity, which is what they're being trained to hear. Deception for is to get to the bottom of a crime or people lying about who really did it, right? But I'm using the same techniques that they would. And I just simply don't agree, because what they're not mentioning is, and I'm sure if you know, like listen to people's, what they say, how they say it, look at their body language. Like, you don't have to have a degree or be a specialist or have a certification to be able to do that and talk about it and have great insights and give others great insights. You know, I love when people get all fancy. Well, I have this and this and this, and I am able to decode body language. No shit. Well, you and every other human being in the earth, if they're present and just paying attention to other people, right? This should be more than anything from us intuitive. And I think you guys make far better conclusions on those aspects of how people are when they're being questioned about these things that they're a little uncomfortable about than like the most trained and diploma decorated people that have big channels out there. But my little opinion here is when you listen to Patsy's baseline way of speaking, which is what they don't include at all, I don't think they do. I mean, I couldn't even find examples of her talking in a, you know, not casual, like I'm home with my family, but not super formal setting, but like just off the cuff setting where she wouldn't be talking like that. So that's all. But they're saying it like they're so sure of it. And that always bothers me because they're not sure, because they don't know. They might have a good idea because they might be well trained and they might be good at what they do, but they don't know.
Unusual.
Take a deep breath. Okay. Patsy. Patsy.
And I like all these guys here too. I like them very much.
The hanging up, if you will. When you make that phone call, someone close to you has disappeared. You're sending out that phone call for help. I've looked at a lot of 911 calls over the years. They'll hold up.
This, I think, is an excellent point. The not hanging up when you're making a 911 call and you're holding on for dear life. That's just that is the reaction. Holding on to that lifeline. It's also a form of freeze, flight, flop, feign, friend, or I missed one there. You know, Dylan Morton, since we talk about that frozen shock phase. You know, just having to hold on to the 911 call is a sort. It does have an aspect of that paralyzation that Dylan Morton referred to as frozen shock phase. And if something that alarming is going on, it is statistically very rare that a person will actually hang up the phone. Sometimes they will put the receiver down. Or now, you know that we have cell phones. I'm living in this world for a moment there where we actually dial, you know, rotary, right? Or we just set our cell phone down. We don't actually hit it so it's off and breaks the connection with 911. They can still hear us. We could still maybe hear them. But we're not like, oh, yeah, okay. Oh my God, my daughter's missing. Oh, my God, I'm freaking out. Ransom, no, later, dude. You know, so I think he makes a good point there. I think it is statistically different that the phone connection was terminated, or so they thought by the caller, the victims here.
Well, until the police get there. That's your lifeline. That help indicates hope. The moment you hang up that phone, you end the hope. And for that phone to be hung up, you got to ask yourself why.
Right.
If they're legitimately hoping for their child to be taken care of, rescued, saved, whatever. If there's something else going on, then you have a different set of parameters involved.
And it's interesting that Patsy thought she had hung up the call and disconnected it while the dispatcher was actually calling out her name because she wanted to talk to her more and keep her on the phone until the police arrived.
Patsy. Patsy.
But she did not hang up the phone.
In the background, we heard some voice.
Some more voices. Who do you hear?
In the 90s, they tried to do enhancements of that
Okay,
tape.
so
911 emergency.
It's been a lot.
So we listened to this in the Thanksgiving live stream we did, and I bet a lot of you are familiar with it, but do you guys want to listen to the enhancement? I think the way that they present it here, because it could be enhanced and the audio is going to sound slightly differently. They're using different audio enhancement techniques. You know, you're never going to get the exact same outcome because there are so many different, you know, levels of sound that can be adjusted in different dimensions to make things sound ever so slightly or super different, right? So you're never going to get the exact same result if you are enhancing a sound clip twice. Never, ever. Just, it's like an impossibility. But I think that what they get here is representative of the like most meticulously clean sound enhanced samples of this phone call, and it is consistent with what the people who did a good job of doing this say, right? So let me just go forward to where they're doing that. And this is where Burke gets a little twisted, okay? And the people talking about Burke's, there being testimonies of Burke smearing poop on JonBenet's things and just on things in general. You know, that is something that has been a story and anecdote about Burke that has been widely told by people that are for sure confirmed to have known and spent time with the family when Burke was a child and Jon Benet was a child. And I can think of four different sources, like people who could potentially not even know each other, but they all interacted with the Ramseys on a somewhat that it's somehow included in whatever they had to say that Burke smeared poop on things and Jon Benet's things. So for whatever that's worth.
Patsy.
Can you slow it down?
Patsy.
So this is the noise reduced.
Patsy.
Oh, wow. I think I hear a man say, "We're not speaking to you."
Mm-hmm. Now, I said before, and what I think I hear, and I still stand by this, I've listened to it a few times since the last live stream we talked about this. I think that Jon Ramsey says, "I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you." I'm pretty sure that's what he says. They're saying that he says, "We're not speaking to you." But, oh, shoot. Next time we talk, I don't know, maybe I can do it really quick. I don't know. I have how I enhance the audio that was already enhanced too, and that's what I hear. If I can get it up, I'll play it for you and see what you think.
I think that's Jon Ramsey's voice.
Jon Benet and I had a very close relationship. I will miss her dearly for the rest of my life.
We are not speaking to you.
Well, the tone is a parent talking to a child.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Okay, so why don't you play it from there?
There's another voice.
Wow,
a
yeah.
female voice.
Can you blow that up and slow it down a little bit? Just a little bit. I don't know.
It sounds like Patsy's voice to me.
I did not kill Jon Benet. I love that child.
Just can you stretch it out a little bit more?
I'm getting, oh, something Jesus, and then it repeated.
I hear either Holy Jesus or Help Me Jesus.
What I heard is, "What did you do? What did you do?" That's what it
Well, they
sounds like
eventually
through the
hear
speakers, as
they
if it
eventually
was
hear both
full
things.
headphones.
And Patsy Ramsey saying, "Help me, Jesus," and then saying possibly to Burke, "What did you do? What? Oh no, I'm sorry. What did you do?" Because then he responds in that different pair. And she's like, "Help me, Jesus. What did you do?" Which both of those statements to me would make sense in that context. We've heard different things about whether Burke was sleeping when they first found her or not, but we know now that he definitely was in that room. I don't think that they talked about that until people started really digging into this 911 audio. And since then, from Jon Ramsey, at least, it's kind of like, I don't know, Burke was up, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. And that is one thing that's a little weird to me, because on a morning like that, given what happened, I really believe that's something that would be burned into your mind. The scenes where Burke was present. Your only child of those that were in the house who is still alive and present, or at least he's alive, right? That is weird to me. That might be the weirdest thing to me that Jon says about that morning. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is. But Patsy saying, "Help me, Jesus. What did you do?" I think she could have easily said that with her knowing nothing about it. And just that makes sense. You would say that, right? But then what they hear Burke say in response here, I don't know what to think, but let's see what you guys think.
Yeah, sure. I do hear the Jesus the second time. Let's put that through this noise reduction.
Okay, great.
I'm showing it just the noise in between the speech.
Got it.
So hopefully it just takes that out and leaves the speech. Here it comes.
You could be right. It's the same number of syllables, but when you pointed that out, I think I hear the difference between the two sentences. The first part is a little blurry, but certainly what did you do is a very real probability here. Okay, so let's go on to the
So
next
many
part.
late December birthdays. That's wild.
Stop there. Can you spread that out?
Hey, Fluffy Muppet.
Oh my God. What did you find?
What did you find?
Right. What did you find? It sounds like a smaller voice, though. It doesn't sound like a booming adult.
Right.
What
There were only
did you
4 people in
find?
that
He
house.
says.
Right. One of them was dead.
I believe we've heard Jon Ramsey's voice.
Patsy?
We've heard Patsy's voice. So and we know the only other person in the address at the time is Burke.
Right.
This is hugely significant.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
this changes things because their account is that Burke was asleep at the time.
They made a point of saying he was asleep and he had nothing to do with it.
And this
they
is
never
clearly
even
Burke
asked him
speaking. Do you
whether
guys
he heard
agree?
anything.
Yeah, it is.
Patsy?
Now that we've heard this on the tape, it's really important that we speak to the 911 operator who received the call, Kim Archuleta. I really hope that we
Okay,
can
so
talk
Kim
to her,
Archuleta
get her insights
explains
about
to them that nobody,
Think memory.
she was under a
Has
gag
that-
order. Let me just get her pretty little face up there, and then I'm going to pause it because I don't want to. I feel like I was maybe a little misstepping by almost challenging that my video being taken down earlier and telling some ginormous monopoly of a company to suck it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, ginormous company. I won't do that again. Oh, dang it. Nope. So self-sabotaging behavior. So it's like a demon I've had come back my whole life. I just can't get rid of it. I'm sort of joking. And well, that is true, but I do get a little nervous when I get a little too mouthy with the powers that be here. So Kim Archuleta says that she was immediately put under a gag order, being the dispatcher who received the 911 call from Patsy Ramsey and being the dispatcher who handled the entire initial contact from what soon was believed or known to be the scene of the crime, the location the victim was found, the victim's remains were found, and the location where the family called from, who quickly, within hours of Jon Benet going missing, became public enemy prime suspect number 1. So Ms. Archuleta was put under a gag order by a judge, and a number of different people said, yeah, well, you'll be questioned. We'll need to know some things from you. We'll want to hear what you have to say. What was your experience with the call? Since, you're the professional who takes these calls, what do you think? Until these 4 investigators approached her 20 years after the death of Jon Benet Ramsey, she said not one single person has asked her one single question other than, do you raise your right hand and promise that you will gag yourself about this, however that would go down. No one asked her anything. In fact, when she tried to approach law enforcement investigators in the prosecution's office, wanting to tell them what she felt she heard and why she felt uncomfortable about it, and some kind of insight she felt she might just want to pass along.
Really? You didn't testify?
In case they, as the experts in their field, are like, oh yeah, thanks, man. What you just said makes me think that we should do this. That they just did not want to hear it. They actively did not want to know about it. Strange, right? I mean, it is strange for sure. Oh boy. I want to switch gears a little bit and have a listen to some of the things that our friend over at the channel, the Deception Detective himself, an attorney trained in statement analysis, and an attorney trained in statement analysis, who happens to be very good at correctly analyzing and carrying out the logical, extensions of statement analysis that allow people to, using a skilled method, analyze a statement about a certain topic and then determine with varying degrees of accuracy if what they're saying is deceptive or truthful. I really believe, and I don't get anything other than sometimes, oh, hey, thanks, that was really nice, for the Deception Detective for saying this. I really think he is one of the best out there at doing what he does. And so that's why I look to him with certain cases where, like we're saying, like, I really just don't know if they were telling the truth or not. I personally find, and, familiar with a lot of the, methods that he's using in analyzing statement analysis, certainly nowhere near to the degree he is. I'm also familiar and do utilize a lot, not to the degree these men do, use the techniques in body language analysis as they do on another channel that I used to enjoy very much. Recently, my assessment of their interpretation of people's body language when they're questioned in high pressure situations is that it's been a little hokey. I'm not sure what's been going on there, but a lot of you have asked me about that. Because I did a little bit of collaborating with them at some point, and then like the tune kind of changed. So there's that. I was going to say, I really wanted to just see if I could go on another tangent, but that wasn't a tangent at all. That was our introduction to the Deception Detective, because I think it's important that people who might be skeptical, which I totally get, and I think that skepticism is healthy, or if you're just not sure, or if you're just wondering what other people think, I think, very seriously listening to his analysis is a wise idea if you're someone who wants to really get some novel information about a crime that is, haunting humanity that we just can't, get any further in figuring out. I think he can potentially be, the piece of the puzzle that moves things along in a lot of different crime cases. So you go, Deception Detective. All right. Here we go. So this is from 5 days ago, and the title of the video, which I will link in description, I'll check here. There's our friend. What is it? Let's see. No, it's just lost it. Oh, no. I got a lot of tabs going on here. 4 tells of a fake story. The Deception Detective makes no qualms about telling us that he believes that the Ramseys, all 3 of them at different times, he has a lot of videos on this case, by the way. This is just the most recent one, that they're all deceptive, and this is why. And it's really hard to disagree with him when he makes his logical case. So one of the reasons I really wanted to bring him into this is due to what I said earlier, that I still do not think that the Ramseys have any criminal exposure or liability in this. I don't think that they murder. I do not think they did. I don't think they helped cover it. I personally do not believe that. But I have a lot of faith in the Deception Detective's analysis. So once again, just like a lot of you are saying in chat, I'm in total true crime conundrum. I don't know what the hell to do. Turn right or left. I'm stuck. What the frick happened? We need to know. Jon Benet needs justice. Everybody check out the Deception Detectives channel if you haven't yet. Okay, so that's one thing I would take issue with, because Patty Ramsey herself was so enmeshed in that beauty queen culture. She was Miss West Virginia. I don't know. With West Virginia, I feel like looks a little different than Patsy Ramsey these days, but I'm not sure. I don't know. And I know we have some people that are from West Virginia too. But I mean, it has a reputation, and there are reasons why. Just like the area I live in, same thing, kind of, but just different. Not in West Virginia. So I don't think that because there is speculation that Jon Benet's murderer may have been someone who was within the pageant community, that they would have started to ask questions about the pageant community. I think that would be really freaking weird if they did, because it was such a big deal to them. It was so acceptable to them. It was such an inherent part of Patsy Ramsey's, proper Southern belle culture and lifestyle, and everyone around her who she grew up with, who she was with those pageants with. She went to Colorado, where you don't have that sort of, Southern belle, if you want to call it that, way of thinking like they would in West Virginia or North Carolina or South Carolina or Georgia. But they found it pretty easy in Colorado and on grand scale. I don't think they would have ever have turned their backs or questioned beauty pageants. So, that's all. Oh no! Oh my God! I'm sharing the wrong freaking video. Oh my God!
Of a
You guys couldn't hear
kidnapping
anything
of a young girl.
before.
The
Oh my
1970s.
God. I'm gonna fix it. Mama coming to fix it. Just hold on just a second, y'all. Mama coming to fix it. Oh, Lord have mercy. The deception detectives. Well, you're gonna have to hear what he said about the beauty pageants again. And what I said just a moment ago about blah, 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 on and on and on and on, was in response to what he's going to very succinctly say here. He is much better with the art of succinct communication than I am, which he has observed about me and spoken about on his channel. It's cool when you do your live streams at the end of a day and you've been up since 5:30. Oh my God. Yeah. But I can change that too. But I love you guys so much. Okay. I'm going to bring the correct stream link in. I like get like too confident. I'm like, I'm not going to go keep going back and clicking to see if my moderators are telling me I'm doing something stupid. I got this. They're stupid. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm kidding. But every time I don't go back and check to see if they're trying to communicate with me and I try to spread my wings and fly on my own, it was a mistake. All right, here he is. There we go. Okay. Now, okay.
Goal is to find the kidnapper, but they don't cooperate with police. The kidnapper is still at large, but when officers visited their house, they sent Burke off to a neighbor's. The kidnapper is a predator, yet they defend the beauty pageants. Wouldn't grieving parents at least question if that's what put Jon Benet on the killer's radar? So what do all these contradictions tell us? It's hard to make up a story without any plot holes. Even Hollywood blockbusters can't do it. Let's watch Jon and Patsy Ramsey on Larry King Live to see if we can spot any and what that might reveal about who actually killed Jon Benet. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. For more like this, please hit like and subscribe.
We're back with the Ramseys. You almost immediately became suspects. You know why? Or the public perception of suspects?
Well,
was it because of the bathing, because of the...
No, I think the tragedy...
Way before that.
The tragedy of this investigation was ended on December 26th. Linda Arndt,
and Sherry's birthday and Artemis Prime's birthday is coming out next week too.
The lead detective that was there went on national television a few months ago and said, I knew the father did it because I saw it in his eyes on the 26th. I didn't act right. I was too calm, cordial.
How did you react when she said that?
It was a bit incredulous, but it also illustrated the bias we were dealing with from the very beginning.
All right. But do you think that had something to do with the fact that your daughter entered Patches?
I think the decision was made
that
at
famous
that time.
picture.
At that time,
I know
Detective
you guys
Barnes,
can like do a laundry, dust the whole living room, come back and be like, oh my God, Kelly is still talking about the same freaking thing. Oh, and she forgot to bring the video into the StreamYard. She got to do it all over again. I'm going to go do another little laundry. I'm just kidding. Self-deprecating humor. My favorite thing to do while I'm cleaning is listen to YouTube true crime channels as well. Yeah, true crime. My son always tells me, it's always my son because I don't have any friends because all I ever do is watch true crime, make content about it. I'm just kidding. He's self-deprecating it. He's like, Mom, you really need to watch something other than true crime. And my close friends, like my parents, say that too. I just can't do it. Are you guys like that too? I'm just like, well, I could watch something other than true crime, but I also could, see if like Jen Soto's been arrested yet because that's like mad important. And while I'm doing that, I might hear her say something that will show investigators that she should be charged. And then I'm going to make them aware of that. And then we're going to wait to see if she is charged. I'm going to watch more later like that too. It is a bit of a cycle.
didn't know Jon Benet. She didn't know.
When did the public first see pictures of Jon Benet in her outfit?
I think that wasn't until after the first of the year.
While I do think John and Patsy covered up Jon Benet's death, I agree with them that criticisms of how they grieved or how many times they blink are too subjective not to be biased. That said, the physical evidence the Ramseys used to push their intruder theory aren't much better, especially the DNA. I'll explain why next. For now, just pay attention to their story.
Don't you think, John, that
By the way, I have not watched this Deception Detective video yet, so I have no idea what he's going to say. So I'm going to be hearing it for the first time with you. So we might have to stop a little and like chat about various points if they are a little, like T-worthy. So try to get my attention if you want me to stop to discuss something. And I'll try to see, but I can't promise.
Stirring people.
I think
most people say I wouldn't have my child do that, even though many do.
Many do, and it was a wonderful thing that Patsy and Jon Benet enjoyed doing together. It was certainly misinterpreted, I think, and it's one of those things that the eyes of the beholder.
But it led to those stories: jealousy.
But that was several days afterwards. I mean, we know that Linda Arndt made up her mind, and the rest of the Boulder Police Department, we believe, made up their minds the 26th of December.
Oh, that was us.
That it was the parents.
Is that because they found no entrance into the house?
We don't know why.
Well, we know, Larry, that a window was open. Under that window was a suitcase, as if a step to get up through it.
And it is true.
We learned later that they found a door open, which I didn't know about until almost a year later. That house was not difficult to get in.
The police that were there the morning of the 26th taking evidence have a lot of tangible evidence. They did a good job at collecting evidence. We have fibers, we have DNA, we have a lot of evidence. The problem was that then they did not take the evidence to
unmatched DNA, palm prints, boot prints.
Wait
What do these really tell us?
Wait a minute. Hold up. I just had an epiphany. Not really, but she's essentially saying they collected the evidence in their investigation. But then I think what she's saying is, but then they didn't take that very valuable evidence that most investigators and prosecutors' office would salivate over when they know it was found and properly preserved, getting ready for testing, and then they didn't take it the next step further and send it to their lab for evaluation or testing for a result. Doesn't that sound gosh darn hot damn familiar? And almost exactly what I keep harping on, so everybody make sure they know how this went down, happened in the Chris Watts case with some of the most critical evidence that freaking, I don't know, man. And probably 27 out of my 29 bunnies would have been like, you know what? I'm a bunny and I'm thinking about this in like terms that aren't even English words. So however you're hearing it, a little's lost in translation, but you better get that analyzed because I think that could be a piece of solving the murder. And my human mama says murder is not good and we need justice. I mean, it is kind of funny though, because they're both in Colorado, and it's just, it's such a noticeable and such a, can be looked at and then could further be spun into even more of a, no, I don't know. It's just a really freaking big mistake. And I don't think a lot of people make it. Once you have the evidence, if your goal is to solve the case, to get to the bottom of the crime and to find justice and to prosecute and punish and keep away from other little girls, little boys, or human beings, people that would do something so horrific and disgusting, if that is your goal, and it should be if you're a human being, you know, at least in a, that's how I care about it, think about it sense. But if you have elected to make your career in public safety and crime solving for the betterment and safety of a community, then, you know, all of that better be among your first priorities every day, all day. I mean, like, you're more excited about that than brushing your teeth or drinking coffee. And in both of these huge cases where evidence was right at their fingertips, they were just like, not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to take that very valuable case-breaking evidence and to my little lab, take another couple minutes to do the little chemical analysis to see what color it turns. So then all of a sudden this evidence turns into immensely valuable, irreplaceable, sometimes irrefutable, and at times conclusionary in regards to who didn't or who did commit a crime. Well, how about that? If you figure that out, you're like a hop skipping away from what we're all here for and what all of these victims we talk about deserve. As it's so crazy we even have to make that a statement, as if it's a statement that needs to be defended. Justice. But if you don't take, you know, the evidence across the field, if you don't take the evidence across the field goal line, see, I'm mixing my analogies like a crazy person now, but I think you know what I'm saying. Then you are basically going, no. I'm just going to run here in place and look really stupid. And everybody can see that I don't care about justice. And since that's all I'm supposed to be doing right now with this evidence and such, and I guess I'm going to do something with it because here I have it. It's important. I'm basically exposing myself as somebody who is corrupt, taking part in a cover-up, or has motives that are other than using the evidence to find justice for, in this case, Jon Benet Ramsey. And it's really wild how many instances of that blatant, fuck you, justice system I work for and in, and that you pay for with your taxpayer dollars, just like in the Chris Watts case. You know, I just don't feel like doing that today. Like in real time, like I keep thinking back, like where were the people questioning why that was happening? Like thinking back in trying to think of it in real time, were people actually creating enough confusion where we totally lost sight of the main goals and objective of this investigation? And when, you know, they just took evidence and lit a match under it, we were like, oh, cool, right? We don't even know what that is. I don't know. This case, I just feel like this case had so many opportunities over the past nearly 30 years to be solved at several different times. There were a lot of huge breaks, and it's almost comic, like it's almost comedic how many times they were so close and then the ball was dropped by people who were supposed to be among the most competent. And that can't possibly be a coincidence.
Honestly, not much. Dozens of people walked through the house that morning, contaminating the scene. Any of those things could have come from anyone at any time. Despite what the Ramsey PR team might want us to believe, the presence of third-party DNA on Jon Benet's body doesn't magically exonerate John, Patsy, or Burke of the murder. Anyone who held Jon Benet or shared a seat with her could have left that latent DNA.
But I believe,
that was a clip from my...
I don't know. if this is the DNA that they're talking about in this clip, I'm talking about the Ramseys and the clip that Deception Detective is using. Oh, this is getting super meta here. I believe they're talking about the DNA that was, you know, the DNA samples from the inside of her underpants that were like touching her body, you know. I don't know if that would be, so I'm not sure, but let's hear, I'm going to let him finish his thought for once and just shut up. Here we go.
A video, How to Analyze a Theory, and it sums up my take on the physical evidence in this case. It's irrelevant because it's inconclusive. So if we can't rely on that, what can we rely on?
Sure.
Here's the Assessing Stories card from my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. As you can see, the 4 major tells of a made-up story are reasonableness, tone.
Remind me, guys, moderators, when we have trivia night next week, one of the prizes will be the deception deck. I love the deception deck. Somebody gonna wear a deception deck, and you're gonna be so happy.
Inconsistencies and contradictions. When I hit play, listen out for all 4, and then I'll explain what we can deduce from that.
Why did they think it was you?
Because the police always go after the parents. And we understood that after
the death of a child.
Absolutely. 100% of the time.
You go, really?
Absolutely.
Well, I think, you know, in every case, parents are always suspected initially. And at first we were aghast at that, but then we understood that we needed to be investigated.
The police
they stopped there. They didn't go on.
Police say that you would only, you put guidelines up to the interviews. You'd only be interviewed together. Why?
I don't remember.
Is that not true?
I don't remember.
You didn't give them any guidelines?
The only guideline I remember, the only request that we made, and this was after a huge gap of mistrust developed. The police withheld Jon Benet's body for burial to try to force us to submit to their terms.
Which
we were that the 3 of us be interrogated in the police station before we buried our daughter, and we were horribly offended at that. And this huge gap of mistrust developed.
Let me tell you what develops in this as a father and what other people say, and the reason that I think that you're under this cloud. Most people would say, if I didn't do it and my daughter killed, I'm talking as a father, and I don't like to run myself into it. One, I'll answer any question. I'll take any test. I'll meet with you. I'll be there first thing in the morning, catch the killer. I'd go nuts. I'd cooperate in every way. Fast. I'd go out with the cops. I'd give them my fingers. I'd give them high five.
We did that, Larry.
We did do that.
We met with them on the 26th. We met with them on the 27th. We gave hair, blood, fiber samples on the 28th. We left.
We stayed in Boulder, Colorado. We stayed there for testing for, you know, until we.
You know, like it hasn't been like necessarily law enforcement, like investigators I talked to about the behavior of the Ramseys over the years, maybe some, but it's mostly attorneys because, you know, that's like, those are people, you know, those are, yeah, I know a lot of really good attorney people. We talk about this stuff because they're like, oh, we have to feed our true crime nerd, Kelly, who dropped out of law school. Come here, little Kelly. We'll give you your true crime injection for, I'm just kidding. But all of them have thought, I'm thinking, like even going years back, they're like, and people also on the news, I'm sure we can find news clips of them. Like, I think the Ramseys were incredibly cooperative, and some people have even said forthcoming. But it's strange because my sense has always been, and I don't know, maybe I'm in a bubble and it's a little skewed. I feel like more than people thinking like what these attorney people are thinking, from their perspective, having to deal with and interview people who may at some time be suspect of a crime, but they're maybe in fact just really close to it. And tragically, like the parents of the victim, who happens to be a little girl, not a suspect. And gosh, think of like what a fine line that is to walk. And not a lot of people can do it right. But, you know, the overwhelming, you know, kind of not consensus, but similar conclusion the people in law field had of the Ramseys, that they were really cooperative and forthcoming and all that. What's the big problem? I think the public at large was the exact opposite. There was a lot of vitriol and hatred, and you know, I think it, in my opinion, it seemed to turn into a kind of a, like that kind of group mentality, or the gang mentality, a cult mentality. We got to get Patsy. We got to get Patsy. Patsy did it. And it's just, to me, it's one of those things that's always really fascinating because I just don't see a lot of things at all that tell me, yes, she did it. There are some things that make me a little suspicious. So I'm like, oh, you know, been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Maybe I am wrong about this one. But for so many people to know that she did it and this is why, you know, it's not logic. It's got to be drones in New Jersey or something like that.
They say you were uncooperative, or some of
I
them.
don't know. This is it's a what we need to do is get down to the objective here. The objective is to find the killer. I can say a lot of things about what the police didn't do, and they can say a lot of things about what we didn't do. But let's put that aside. Let's put politics aside. Let's put egos aside. There is a dangerous killer loose. We believe this killer.
Yeah.
If he's still alive, will kill again.
You know what? What he's demonstrating right there is something else that we can observe across time with Patsy and John's interviews. And then after Patsy tragically passes away from uterine cancer, John's interviews when he's by himself, and people that speak on behalf of the family, they were, and this is appropriate, Jen Soto, you might want to take some notes here and at least try to fake it. But they were appropriately the ones that kept trying to direct the public and those talking about Jon Benet and the murder back to the fact that let's keep our eye on the prize, man. We need justice for Jon Benet. And there is also, by the way, the person who did this is still out there, okay? And we know when Patsy said, if I were in Colorado, I'd say, hold on to your babies. Maybe that was a little dramatic, but to still continue to deliver that message, I think it was right. I think it was important. I think it was authentic. I think it was what was on their heart and mind. And it seems to me, and I could be wrong, but I just believe that they must have been generally concerned about that. If they know they didn't do it, because they didn't, if they didn't, and they know that, then they know that the person who did that is out there. So that is a really lonely place to be when no one believes you and everyone thinks you did it.
It's time to get on with that.
You're worried for your other boy?
Yes, I'm worried.
Worried for neighbors?
I'm worried for this entire country. There is a killer walking around out there someplace. Lou Smit tells us that
That's a detective, right?
Lou Smit is the only homicide investigator that's ever looked at this case.
And he says definitively that there is a...
Now, are you guys all familiar? Oh, crap.
Jon Benet on the killer's radar.
Oh, it's pause. Are you all familiar with Lou Smit, who worked on this case and wholeheartedly believed the Ramseys were innocent? His investigative product is amazing. You know what? I just realized I'm gonna do a video. I'm not gonna do a live stream because I'm never gonna get to the point. But this is worth taking time to make a video and to do it right. Just on the results of the investigation he did on his own. Just because there was no question in his mind that Ramseys did not do this. It was somebody else. And he started to be able to follow some threads that started to untangle. And he's like, well, the people who should be following, this investigation are not. So I am going to do it myself. And there's some touching stories about that too, but we'll get to them. But I just wanted to, if you were not familiar with who that is, give you some context and encourage you to check out what it was he found when he did an amazing and selfless and bold investigation just for the right thing and for knowing these people needed to have proof that the whole world saw that they were innocent, that they could get off of that hook, and that Jon Benet could get her justice, and that healing could start to begin. I just think it was a very bold thing to do. So check. No. I'm sorry. Wait for my video about that to come out, and then watch it twice, and then we'll talk about what you think about it.
Wise, lawyers, PR people. Why'd you need a lawyer?
We didn't bring in lawyers.
And they knew everyone was accusing them of murder. Of who wouldn't get a lawyer? That was a dumb question.
a good friend of mine who was at our home where we were staying, delivering food, sensed that something was wrong and needed to be done. He took me aside and said, John, would you trust me to do some things here that I think are necessary? I said, yes, I would. He requested that we have counsel. And at the time we said, what do we need lawyers for? He said, well, I think it's prudent.
Yeah.
So what do we need two lawyers for heaven's sakes? He said, well, it's the way the system works is each person has to be represented by their own attorney. And what Mike saw became painfully and publicly clear when Linda Arndt told us
that they were out to
on
get
national TV, they're out to get us.
But there are some who might have said, I don't need any lawyers. I didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
Just didn't do it.
That's what we said.
I don't need
And
lawyers. I don't
those are
need
the
PR.
people that don't really have the money for those lawyers. But if you have that kind of money and you're being accused the way they were and they know they didn't do it, or if they do know they did it, if you can afford it, you bet your bippy you're going to get those attorneys because they were attacked viciously.
I don't need nothing. I didn't do it.
Let me
We
clarify
didn't
one
have
other thing.
PR
We didn't have a PR.
You never did. Oh,
No.
That was a
That was a myth.
Our attorneys hired a media information person. They were getting 300 phone calls a day into their office. They couldn't cope with it. They hired someone that could be a focal point.
Attorney Rourke's office? Did he tell everyone to go away? I'm hearing a lot of parallels here. Colorado is a small state and big state all at the same time. But they're in Denver as well. Ooh. And somebody pointed out at the time of Jon Benet Ramsey's murder, Nicole would have just been a little skanky peanut living very close by to the Ramsey family. But I don't know if we can connect them in that way because she really would have been too young to commit a murder. Because when this happened, I was 17, I think. And she's like 10 years younger than me. Yeah. She would have been like Jon Benet Ramsey. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
For all these calls from media. That got translated by the media as a public relations spin doctor.
You did that one interview with CNN and then stopped doing them. Was that a mistake? Should you have done more? Or was it a mistake to do the CNN one?
Hindsight's 20/20.
What is your hindsight?
My hindsight is I never should have moved to Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're going to go back, but you can't do that. You have to start with what we have now. We have to move ahead. We have to try to find this killer and get him off the street.
How'd you react, John, when people said you weren't mad enough? You didn't appear angry, hurt, really whacked. I mean, you lost this beautiful little girl. You lost a daughter before in your life. I mean, we all look at it from our own perspective. You're a different personality.
Well,
I would be berserk.
Larry,
I don't
inside
know.
I
I don't know.
I was
Man. You guys
crushed. I didn't
don't
want to
know,
live.
Anyone who's experienced like a big loss, you do not know how you're going to react. You just don't know how you're going to react. You simply do not. And sometimes you're reacting and maybe it's out of your control. It's somewhat, I think, usually out of your control in some way when it's something like this, because, we're designed to be able to go into that mode where our brains aren't handling it all because we can't, because the grief is so much. It literally might ruin us. I mean, we might not be able to survive it truly. So I don't know, like all of this heavy scrutiny on them, like, whatever he did, I mean, I believe he was absolutely devastated, shocked, and, in that degree of pain where your perception of what you're putting out to the world doesn't fucking matter because you're just trying to get to your next breath, right? I mean, the level of scrutiny on these people, I think, was just absurd, because most people, like people in our lives, our friends, our family members, people we work with, if something terrible happens in their life and they grieve in a way that's different from the person next to them, we don't usually question it because we know that people all grieve differently, and that, a death like that is, shouldn't be assumed you're going to know how to get through it. I think all of you back in 1996, 97, 98, 99, year 2000, 2001, 2002, and right up until poor Patsy Ramsey died, need to go back, check yourselves, and apologize to her, because you guys were really brutal on these people. I feel bad for Patsy Ramsey. that this happened and that she was fighting very aggressive cancer for most of her life after, until she died when the cancer spread to her brain. It's just such a tragic story.
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think.
Right.
It's the most horrible feeling. I've lost 2 daughters, and for people to tell me he didn't act right, I take great offense to. I think I could write the book on how you should act. With my first daughter, it was an accident. They were on their way to a museum at noon on Friday, and they got hit by a truck. Both her and her special friend were killed. Jon Benet was taken intentionally by another human being. That is far worse to deal with.
Does your gut tell you it's someone who knew her?
I don't really think
Do you have a gut on something like this? Why you? Why her?
I don't know.
We told the police when they first asked us, who you have any ideas? We said, look, we don't know anybody this evil. This was an evil, evil person that did this.
This person, this man, this human being, we've already hit contradictions and inconsistencies, so now let's analyze reasonableness and tone. Reasonableness is simple. Made-up stories can't account for all of life's messiness and detail, so they're often unrealistic. A prime example, of course, is how the Ramseys never took the ransom note seriously. Tone, however, is more subtle. The gist is real victims usually use strong emotional words about their attacker. By contrast, hoaxers often sound more detached.
Okay, hold it. So he says they never took the, so this might be a video where I am largely in part agreeing with most of Deception Detective's points. Doesn't mean I don't think he's just as awesome as I said earlier, but you can't agree on everything. But maybe he's going to say something about, I don't know. But my thought is, so he just said the Ramsey family never took the ransom note seriously. Okay, well, first of all, everyone's big problem with it. It's a 3.5-page ransom note. How do you take that seriously? You know what I mean? But anyway, they did take it seriously. They, had people go obtain the money in a somewhat, serendipitous, I can't remember what I said, in a way that was not so obvious, because the ransom letter said that if, they let the police on to what was going on, or if, he told anybody that they were going to take Jon Benet Ramsey's life. They claim, and there are other people who participate in the conversation about painstakingly deciding if they were going to get law enforcement involved, meaning like in the area on the property. And there is just so much to do with their preparation for being ready for handing over that ransom, obtaining it. John said he didn't have $118,000 cash on hand. So one of his friends had to set something up with the bank. They had to, and just to get that done in a few hours, because banks need to track where their money is going, coming to, and all that, going from and coming to, and all that. It's not just like a drive-up window. You're like, shit, man, I know somebody who's got a ransom situation, a little girl. I need $250,000 until this is resolved. You know what I mean? So I think that, to me, it seemed like they took it very seriously. I'm starting to feel like I'm really going to defending the Ramsey family hard, like it's not possible they were involved. And I mean, I do believe it is possible. I personally just don't believe they were, because I have not seen anything that convinces me they were. And what I rely on most, which is the context of their behavior, is a person, as a family member, as a member of society, as a successful member of, a big, engineering giant, that there are not indicators of them having anything nearly as fucked up in their minds or their hearts that would have to be in order to commit this murder, unless it were a cleanup from an accident. But I just don't think that happened either, because I don't know. I just personally don't. I'm going to go down to chat at current time. If you guys just want to start, not write some, I don't know, summary statements yeah, I know, I think you're wrong. I definitely think they were involved. This is why. No, I think that it was definitely an outsider. That is why. I would love to read those, because in the video I'm going to make about this, putting the Lou Smit research evidence together, I want to bring in some comments about who you think may have guilt in this case like that to kind of frame it. I think it'll be cool. And I was just looking at some of that evidence, and it'll link together well.
Because what they're describing never happened, or they're trying to shield what did. In this interview, the Ramseys referred to the killer as this person, this man, this human being, which are all oddly neutral. Stranger still, they did use the appropriately harsh words like monster or creature.
But again, like Patsy said, I'm the mother, and Jon is using a lot of, non-personal, whatever, participles. That's the way that both of these people talk, and I think, I don't know, I just feel like and I don't know this, I make a lot of assumptions here, but there are some non-assumptions too. There are some things that we know. I don't know. I just think in their level, their piece of society, their level of education, the level of education they want to portray. I have somebody I'm very close with who is part of my family who is very well educated. This person she is fancy and she is well off, but all the better if the rest of all the world thinks even more so than she already is. That's truthful, right? And even though she is very well spoken and she speaks in the proper way that is a signal to other blue bloods who know what is the proper way and is not. And if you don't worry about it, because if you know, and if you don't, well, you're not us, right? Both Jon and Patsy, I hear in their speech and their way of communication exactly what I hear in this family member of mine. And, I think that is the formality of the language they choose to use because of what they're trying to convey about their status, their wealth, and their social position in the world, because it was very important to them. And that is not a knock. And I don't think people are going to take it that way, because hope it doesn't sound like it was, because it's not, but it's just how it is. So I think when you're analyzing the statements that they're making and making these more general, pronouns, like frequent in their description of their daughter being missing, or their pain and angst around that whole situation, I think that I don't think that there's really anomalies or indicators of deception at all. But maybe I'm missing something. What do you think?
Murderer, but only about other elements of the case, like who could have written the ransom note or broken into their house. Why this change? Well, if you've seen my other videos in this series, you know that I think it's because they're not describing the same person. Maybe they can't bring themselves to label the real killer with such harsh tone because it's their son Burke, and maybe they have no problem calling the kidnapper names.
But maybe they just don't know who the killer is. I think that I don't know. Deception detective.
They made him up. I'm about to hit play, but before I do, I just
live streams with him so you could talk interactively with him, for viewers to see, you know what I mean? Because I would love to discuss this one with him, because I don't know, because he's saying if they're talking in that way about him because they don't want to totally bastardize him because it's their son. But he's also saying they could be talking that way about the murder if they don't know who it is. Well, I believe they do not know who it is. And it's most sensical that they do not know who it is. So if we're going to say that two justifications for them speaking the way they did, and really all I'm hearing him say is that they're using these general pronouns in describing the situation around JonBenet being missing or taken for ransom. And their one possible answer is, well, they're really talking about Burke and they don't want to, bastardize him by what they say, or they're choosing these general terms because they don't know who the killer is. I'm going to say it is so much the Occam's razor, conclusion to say, well, obviously they just don't know who it is. Then it was Burke, the 9-year-old, who is one weird little motherfucker, a 9-year-old. I'm just kidding. That was really terrible to say. He was different. Doesn't mean murder. Different is usually special, not always special, but can be special. He was definitely different. And I don't know, but I don't know. Thinking it was a 9-year-old, I always think is kind of a usually not the most logical, logically efficient conclusion when we're talking about murder. If we're talking about drinking chocolate milk out of the carton from the refrigerator, sure, yeah, definitely. Murder, not so much.
Just want to point out that when Jon said he could have written the book on how to act when you're grieving, that might have been an example of leakage. So let's put a pin in that, and we'll touch on it the next time I pause.
Did we know them? I can't imagine that we did.
Back with more of the Ramseys. We'll include your phone calls. They're with us again tomorrow night, too. This is Larry King Live, and the book is The Death of Innocence. Don't go away. Take one of these. We're back. We're going to go to your phone call. Stewart, Virginia, for the Ramseys. Hello.
Yes, I was wondering, do you think that someone may read your book and come forward with valuable information? And has anyone already contacted you that has read your book?
That is precisely our hope. We believe that if the public, this case is going to be solved through the help of the public.
He's pretty great, right?
That was one of the primary reasons we wrote the book. And yes, we have received, we've received probably about 30 emails and letters a day. Many of those are just expressing concern and sympathy, but a few of them have been interesting leads, and that's how this case can be solved.
And you must get some anger, too, right?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you must get...
About 1 out of 10 is a hate message, yeah.
Nashville, hello.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. John and Patsy, I would like to know what your feeling is about the position that the governor of Colorado took as a public statement in positioning you of being guilty, and why did you hide behind your attorneys, and why did you hire a public relations firm to represent you?
Well, we asked the last two already, and they said the attorneys hired the PR firm to handle the calls, right? And
yeah, now the governor certainly has accused us of continuing to hide behind our attorneys and our PR firm, and I wish that he would tell me who this PR firm is, because I've not gotten the bill, and it must be getting huge by now.
What did you make of it when he did that? He was on this program the night after the press conference. What did you make of it when you saw it? Couldn't believe it.
I could not believe someone
that we're getting of justice and, justice in the pursuit of justice and tolerance for crime in Colorado is that the people in the highest positions, they're just like blowing smoke, man. I don't know. And they're pointing fingers, they're blowing smoke, they're not getting results, they're doing everything they can to make sure there's enough obstacles in their way where results don't easily come to them. So they have to come to definitive conclusions that they're going to later on have to defend, rather than just making, live by the seat of your pants, whatever the way wind blows decisions, when that also conveniently might help to, cover up or take attention away from something naughty I really did also, that I just kind of would rather people not see that. I don't really care what happens in this case, but I don't want to, have to go through all that crap, whether it's in their professional life or their personal life. I'm thinking district attorney work. I'm thinking other people that were connected with the Watts case that were at a higher level than in the Frederick, Colorado Police Department, including, and I'm so sorry I had to come to this conclusion, CBI, because the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and District Attorney's Works Office knew, and buried some information about crimes that were committed against Shanann Watts that involved one mistress of unfaithful prison Bible thumper, but he's still definitely going to hell, man, Chris Watts. That if the right situation or matter of happenstances didn't play out, that involvement of one said mistresses could have directly led to the cause of pregnant Shanann Watts unaliving, not of herself though. I wish I could just talk in normal terms. And we know that to be true. So I'm thinking of that there. So there's a little special present for you guys. Go pick that apart. Hopefully we'll talk about it more soon. But I'm very worried about what people in powerful positions in law enforcement and, you know, in the court system in Colorado, what they think that they have the right or, you know, entitled privilege to hold on to and use their sole personal discretion about, or maybe they're going to consult their wife, Kim, for example, about death penalty or not, things like that. If you know, you know, right? And I'm just hearing that echoed in the Ramsey's words through what they're talking about, what this judge says, you know, and this is, you know, I'm also reaching into my thoughts when I've been listening to a lot of interviews recently with Jon Ramsey and him telling us his experience of what a lot of people in Colorado said who were in charge of how things were going. They were pulling the strings. And at many points, they could have helped the Ramseys basically exonerate themselves, at least in the eyes of the public, and also taken significant steps towards possibly finding out who is capturing, charging, getting into custody the actual person who murdered their daughter. But those people in Colorado just don't seem to have any interest in that. And along with that, not significant enough concern in the serious crimes that are committed that they are supposed to be in charge of working out and finding a resolution and justice for. Colorado, what the fuck is going on? Seriously. We're going to need to come back to that. Let me know if your thoughts on that. And then we think of like Kelsey Barrett. Oh gosh, there's so many more. It's getting past my brain slowing down witching hour though. But yeah. Well, I know this isn't news to a lot of you, especially those of you that followed the Watts case or we've talked about it together, because we've already observed this eerie trend in Colorado of allowing horrible, horrible crimes to take the lives of innocent women or girls in this case without pursuit or, you know, pursuit of justice or repercussion in the form of consequences that we're supposed to be doling out to people who do such horrible things. They just like let it go on. And then there's even a whole other different layer of complacency and lackadaisicalness that makes me not want to not only live in Colorado, I don't want to ever visit there, because God forbid somebody just had to like murder me. I do not have any faith that they're going to do a damn thing about it. And I do not like that possibility. Hashtag ban Colorado.
In a position of authority as he is, would say such a thing as that. After a grand jury in his state spent 13 months of time and effort and hard work, and then he disregarded it.
And did not indict them, right?
Said you were not cooperative.
Well, I don't know how you could say that. I wrote a letter over 2 years ago to Alex Hunter, and I said, you need to understand, Mr. Hunter, we have no confidence or trust in the Boulder police, but we will meet with your investigators anywhere, anytime, any place for as long as you would like. I wrote that with a personal letter.
There it is. That's the uncooperative. We don't have any faith in the Boulder, Colorado police. Okay, fine. He said it. You said it, man. And you know what? I 100% believe he fucking feels that in every cell of his body. The Ramseys have no faith in the Boulder, Colorado police. And I'm sure that they should not. I think that, you know, them feeling that way is a kudos. Good for you. You're being healthy people, dealing with the truth and your feelings about it and the reality of it. But, you know, there it is right there. You know, why the people in high positions are saying they're not cooperating. They are saying the Ramseys are not cooperating, but what they mean is we don't like what they're saying about us and, you know, agencies in our state. It's going to make us look bad. So then if something, you know, terrible crime is committed again, people are going to pay attention because Jon Ramsey is bringing attention to them because he's speaking the truth. And then we might have to actually do something and, work and not be lazy pieces of shit. And also, in our incompetence, we're certainly going to screw up. And if people are watching because Jon Ramsey is speaking the truth about the desecration of justice and the justice system in Colorado, then people are going to know when we make mistakes and we cover up things, and we're not going to get away with it anymore. Like, that is really what I think is going on here. All the more reason to hashtag ban Colorado.
Wrote to Alex Hunter over 2 years ago, and that was our position. No one wants to find this killer more than I do.
So what do you think the governor was political here?
I think the governor was purely political. It's a terrible thing that he has chosen to advance his political career on our family tragedy. I have no other explanation for it.
All right. If he's doing that, he must think that most of the people in Colorado agree with him.
Certainly more than voted for him in the election, perhaps. I don't know.
But he's only heard one side of the story. It's my understanding that one of the local TV personalities has asked him, why won't you listen to the other side of the story?
I'm trying to think why don't you call him and say, Governor, I'd like to sit down with you.
A story. That's an interesting choice of words. In fact, it could even be an example of leakage, when the truth unintentionally slips out through someone's choice of words. The card from my deception deck is on your screen now. Another possible example is John's comment.
Why does that be leakage? Come on. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What the Ramseys just said, how they explained how they feel about how the investigation and the justice system and, people in that system protecting them and helping them in Colorado is going, or that being leakage of them actually committing the crime. I feel like that's a big jump, but maybe it's not. I hate it when I don't agree with our boy deception detective. But sometimes I can. But sometimes I do. But it gives us a lot to think about. And as we've been talking about throughout chat and with each other, as we've been discussing so much of different aspects about this case, it's almost like when you're talking about the exact same topic, subject, narrowing it down to the same range of specifics, like we're pretty good at, we are thinking about focusing on reacting to, reflecting on exactly the same thing, using similar logic, maybe, as it's been shown that I'm talking about myself and you, listening person, have in the past historically often used the same logic when we're thinking about true crime, and almost freakishly so. It's so weird. We always agree on everything, but then we come to like totally different conclusions. I think in the Ramsey case that happens much more often than in other cases, just because of the multiple versions of the truth and the different narratives that are so strongly driven and desperately driven by those invisible forces that are driving them for reasons that we kind of have a hunch that we probably know kind of sort of approximately what those forces are and why they exist, but none of us really knows for sure, which is scary. Because that means some powerful force that we can't quite get a grasp on is really good at covering up whatever they want to in matters where most human beings wouldn't want to or couldn't cover that up because it's just so horrible. Something in our conscience or our soul wouldn't let it happen. We would, fuck up, if not sort of, not intentionally, but almost as to, just nobody wants to hold that inside, right? Okay. But in Colorado, they're so they kind of want to and they're eager to, and we can't figure it out. And that is scary. Just one more reason that I beg all of you to hashtag ban Colorado. Do not fly into the Denver airport. I will be very worried. It is such a weird state. Let's listen to his last few words. I never let this man finish his sentence. Was so well spoken and he talks at a nice, even, steady pace. And I just, maybe we couldn't really have a conversation with one another in live time that like you guys could watch on a live stream and it may have it make sense. Maybe I just couldn't do it. Maybe that's why we can't do it. Okay. He likes to collaborate in different ways because of, he explains. If you watch his channel, you'll hear him talking about it. I get it. Makes sense. You know, he's also a, bar certified attorney. There's some considerations there too. So
earlier about writing a book on how grieving parents are supposed to act, while he is on Larry King promoting his own book, which ironically seems to do exactly that. He also said something in part 1 of this interview, which might hint at how Jon Benet actually died. My video analyzing that segment is on your screen now. Check it out after this one and let me know in the comments if you catch it. I didn't spell it out in that video. There's plenty more to unpack in this interview, so if you want a part 3, let me know by pressing like. Stay true.
Tell him how much we love him, but
we were gonna have a glass of wine.
You got some questions about that one. Kelly does. If you don't, no, he knows. I just love Deception Detective, as you said. Always a great place for igniting great conversations, and always do go somewhere. And I do usually think he's oftentimes spot on, and much more so than other people that attempt to do what he does, which is to use, certain types of communication indicators that you have to really study to pick up the nuances and subtleties of to make them meaningful. A lot of people think they can do it, but they can't. They make whole channels about it, and they don't really follow a methodology or a strategy. And that's fine. It's still a place people can talk about it, but call a spade a spade. On his channel, he's doing what he says he's doing, and that's freaking awesome. Love it. You guys are so funny. Yeah, and Kylie, going back to, he's definitely convincing. It's confusing. You're talking to, yeah. I mean, Jon was convincing. Deception Detective was convincing. Larry King wasn't asking great questions, but that's cool. He was kind of a quirky dude. Yeah, it's very confusing. Great question. So McJ says, what do you think of the knots and the rope? Okay, great question. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you asked that. All right, let me just get a visual up here. Here, I'm going to put the link. Is it Friday night? Oh, I have to work tomorrow. I don't have to worry about bedtime. So if anyone would like to come up and say anything on panel, or just come up and chat with me for a little bit on panel, who are those women there? Who are you? Who are you, ladies? Where did you come from? Who are you? You look happy. One of you looks happy. The other one looks sad. Anyway, I'm going to stop analyzing their faces. Okay, here's the link for panel. Anyway, I hope that both of you are happy, and whatever is troubling you, that you are able to work through it. Remember, life is hard, so be good to yourself. I feel like you're being a little hard on yourself about some things, and just reach out and get the support you need, because going through alone ain't good, girls. It's not good. That's what I feel like somebody needs to tell them. Link to come up on panel. Okay, I got it. I shared it. I need to get the people we do not know off the screen because it's bugging me out. It's not bugging me out, but it's just different. Okay, there we go. And what am I doing? Oh my God, the knot. Thank you. Okay, so McJ asked about the knot. So let me just get a picture of that up there. I haven't started Christmas shopping yet, guys. It's December 21st now. I don't want my son to hear me, but I'm kind of freaking out about it. Okay. Shh. Secrets. He's sick. If everyone has any ideas, let me know. He's 16. He's a gamer. I want him to be more active. He's a little too sedentary. I worry about that. he doesn't feel so great all the time. And I don't know, it's hard. I was like a very active like teenager, and teenagers different now. So he usually like wants very specific things and it's really easy. He won't give me anything, and I do not know what to get him, because usually when I just show up with something, because he's a 16-year-old teen. Well, he's 16 years old, and then he was 15 years old just a little while ago, and he's in that stage, and I just never can do anything good enough. And I want to give him a Christmas present or Christmas presents he really likes, and I just I have no clue. So I've been avoiding my source of stress and anxiety, not just because of that, for other reasons too. But I'm gonna go Christmas shopping this weekend. Okay. Let's see. Does anyone want to come on panel? Nope. So you're just going to have to listen to me talk to myself for another moment while I find the pictures of that evidence. Okay. But I would love for you to come up if you do want to. So feel free to hit that link and just come up. And I'll be, when I can click back to StreamYard, I'll bring you up. Just a second. This doesn't need to be so awkward. I'm just going to let you listen to a little clip really quick while I'm finding this. See, I'm uncomfortable with silence, not like in my life, like real life, being like in physically present with people in a room with them, but like on like now, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not talking. There's all this dead air. But then like when I watch live streams, creators just stop talking for a while, and it's like, it's fine. It's cool. And people tell me all the time in comments, I wish she'd freaking stop talking for a few. Okay. So I just take the advice, Kelly. Stop talking for a few. Let there be silence. It's very uncomfortable for me though, for some reason, which is not rational. Who is that? Okay. I'm going to click on it and find out. Who are you? Oh, that's from
72 movie Dirty Harry.
One of the
Got it.
21 minutes.
just mechanically, it took 21
What about the ransom letter? Okay. We'll lead up to the evidence.
Treat them with deference. Treat them.
OJ.
Declared innocent.
Really?
If it doesn't fit, you must.
For months.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was bogus.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, Patsy asked
Oh,
a favor
did I
of
bring this
me
in yet? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay.
to go to the mayor. I knew the mayor
Mm.
because I had photographed her. Patsy said, please ask for protection for my family. So I went to the mayor's office and I said, Patsy wants protection. And she said, there's no murderer out there.
How does it make you feel now when you think 20 years have passed?
I feel angry. I feel angry that little.
Okay, you know what? Let me go back a little bit, because this is how the mayor of Boulder, Colorado handled it.
Jon Benet?
Even though
like crap, like all the other politicians.
I just remembered, like, she came out and started talking to me about it.
Patsy?
Yeah, she thought OJ got away with murder. She didn't like that one bit.
Not every white person in the United States thought OJ got away with murder. Let's just be real. Like, isn't that how this was? Like, doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it. Do you agree that most white people in America, when the OJ Simpson verdict came out, were like, oh my God, that man got away with murder because he is a way over accomplished, at one time super sexy athlete that has a lot of other talents too. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go find the garrote rope in here.
She did say you can get away with murder in this country.
You can. Look at Casey Anthony.
To know the family, getting an understanding of who they were, what was going on prior is so important.
We're going to go now to see Patsy's friend. She was a photographer.
Like the family portraits, and she seemed to be pretty close with Patsy.
Well, I first met the Ramseys in Atlanta. We were more social friends.
Right.
In Boulder, we became even closer friends because we were all on the softball team together. Mom's Gone Bad.
That was
Of
very
all things,
social.
That's the name of our team. They had lots of friends. Lots and
Very
lots of friends
social.
from Boulder. They were both really good hosts. You always felt really welcomed when you walked through the door. I mean, Patsy was fun to be around. She was a showgirl. So her clothing, her home, she is a girl that never compromised.
Did your daughter play with Jon Benet?
Even though my daughter was Burke's age, she ended up playing with JonBenet.
Right.
Because Burke was kind of, oh, girls, you know. There was one time when my daughter was playing with JonBenet, they went up to her room and my daughter inquired about all the awards that were on display. She goes, what's that for, JonBenet? And she goes, oh, I'm in the pageant system. But she didn't make a big deal out of it.
Right.
And she said, but they really belong more to my mom.
I don't believe
more
that.
my-
Her daughter said that Jon Benet Ramsey said that for a second. I don't think it's of any consequence, but that was BS right there.
Mom's trophies than they are mine. I remember one particular Christmas party. That's the first time JonBenet came down with a beautiful dress and bleached blonde hair. I was shocked. And I took Patsy aside and said, you're not dyeing her hair, are you? And she said, oh, no. Judith, that's from the summer sun in Charlevoix, Michigan.
Do you think that was?
Oh, are you kidding?
You were there.
I was there. It was, you're lying to me.
Mm.
It bothered me that she had to lie to me. Why didn't she just tell me the truth?
Mm. Can you tell us about when you saw Patsy after Jon Benet's death?
She was not the same person that I had ever known. She looked exhausted.
Her baby was
And
murdered.
she kept repeating over and over again, who could have killed my baby? Who could have done this?
Was there any interaction that you had with Patsy or with the family after that?
No, that was it. I was cut off.
Look,
We
they
were
moved,
told
they moved to
in our circle of
Georgia.
friends in Boulder, do not talk to reporters. Do not talk to the police.
Told by who?
I was called by one of the friends in the circle of friends.
What did that make you think?
Weird.
I was surprised. My first thought was, if there was anything that I knew that could help with the investigation, I'm not going to be silent. I felt a duty to the memory of Jon Benet. I loved her very much.
I think that woman's kind of full of shit.
It's gonna make me cry. I opened my doors up to reporters and then talked to the police twice, and they just cut me off as a friend. They felt I betrayed them.
No, I feel like
At the time, I didn't understand, but in hindsight, it's because I told it, I didn't obey what.
Because I stated my opinion, which was a little, I don't know. I don't want to listen to this. Like, she's making me a little angry, guys. I feel angry at this woman. I don't like it. I feel angry at her. She's not consequential. Oh, cool. Let's get to the garage. I forgot it was in the end of this video. I just pulled up a whole bunch of pictures of it, but let's listen to what they say. Jay asked what we think about the knot and the rope, about the garrote. So this is a really interesting point, guys, because we know that this garrote, this rope, was around Jon Benet's neck, and it was deeply embedded into her neck, and the rope was from the house. They're going to talk about it. I forget, or I just can't think because I'm a little too tired right now. So we know, based on what they were able to determine about that rope, that garrote, where the material came from, the time frame, that knot was created inside the Ramsey house. I guess we couldn't say necessarily in short order before the murder, unless somebody took the materials from the house, made the garrote and brought it back. But I don't know. That seems a little, I guess we don't know. But the knot itself is interesting, and the knot itself cannot be ignored because, well, let's just watch this. Bye-bye, lady I don't like. I think you just want attention for yourself, and I think you weren't getting it. I think you don't like that. But I may owe you an apology tomorrow, and I'm not as tired, and I think about it with fresh mind. But I probably won't, because I didn't enjoy listening to, so I'm going to try not to think about it again. Okay. All right, here we go.
Broke the bone and did not cause any damage to the skin.
Is there any way we can replicate that?
Remember that a human skull is an involved structure
All right,
where the bruised energy waves went through the entire brain from the right side all over. This is called a concussive impact that caused a concussion to the brain. In this case, a fatal concussion. The fracture to the skull preserves the appearance, the dimensions.
Guys, look at her. That is Jon Benet Ramsey's skull. Look at that injury. Like, okay, let's close the loop back here. And Kylie, you asked me a question about the bedwetting. Is that in here or something else? And I very rarely would give an almost definitive answer on a physiological function of a child or teenager or behavior. But statistically, at that age, consistent bedwetting is shown to be the result of one of three things. One of them being, there's kind of a medical condition, okay, but that wasn't present there because there would have been other indicators clearly showing that's what it was. Anxiety, a level of which would be, categorized as severe, and I mean severe being like in the highest, like 10th of, like the highest percentiles, like extreme anxiety for as far as children experience anxiety. And they do. It looks different than when we experience anxiety. Like I usually tell everyone I'm bugging the fuck out. I'm really anxious. That's what I learned to do as my mature adult self. But with children, oftentimes it comes out in their behavior and changes in their behavior and abnormalities in their behavior. And that is often how they have to, or the only way they can express that anxiety. And they're not necessarily expressing it in a way to, somebody please knows I'm anxious so you can help me. But because it is such a physical discomfort and disturbance to them, you literally cannot just hold on to it and not find a way to let it out. And that actually is the root of a lot of the maladaptive behaviors that I work with teenagers on now to try to, break some habits that are deeply ingrained in them ancestrally or within their own lifetimes, so they can start to become a person they want to be and live the life that they want to be. Is I always get them is for a few years before we transition them out of, like the school system under somebody's wing and into the real world. And I'm always just like, man, we got a lot to help these kids do in a very short amount of time. And yeah. But anyway, or the third reason, at that age, there would be consistent bedwetting over a period of time longer than there's a day to like week range or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. But apparently she wet the bed virtually every night it's been going on for a while. Unfortunately, the third thing that they link as being the cause of that is sexual abuse. So it's either a medical condition, severe anxiety, and that too could be caused by what I just said. It could be caused by other kinds of abuse. That could be caused by emotional abuse. It could be caused by neglect, but basically be one of those, because the level of anxiety would be so severe. It would have to be one of those things. It wouldn't just be like my mom and dad are arguing a little bit. I'm a little kid and I want them to love me and I want a happy home. It makes me a little anxious. That's not it. We're talking anxiety that's like shaking your soul, or sexual abuse. So it is really troubling to find out, to know, because we've known all along that she was a chronic bedwetter at that age, and that there was no slowing down of the frequency of it, of the volume of it, of her reaction to it. That really is very troublesome. And obviously we're talking statistically, but I'm going to revisit that. But I just very recently was trying to find other causes of that in someone her age over a period of time consistently. And there wasn't really anything that was statistically significant. There were some unscientific articles that made claims about other possibilities, factors in a child's life that would cause them to wet the bed every night over a period of time at that age. But they were really just conjecture, nothing that was linked with like evidence-based stuff or, you know. Oh my gosh. So closing the loop on the so-called wet the bed theory, which is what Kylie and I kind of started up talking about in the chat today. And a lot of other people have made comments related to that or directly about that. And, you know, we do have to consider it. If Patty was just really freaking sick of her little perfect beauty queen, who she put all this pressure on to help her relive her glory years, and she had to be the Miss Colorado and the most perfect one ever, and da-da-da. And Jon Benet Ramsey really said to her friend, oh, those are my trophies. I'm involved in the pageant system, but those trophies really aren't for me. They're really for my mom. If we're to believe all of that, and that, you know, just, I mean, any mother could get stressed out by their child at that age wetting the bed every single night for a long time. You might be worried about what's causing it. You might start to think, I'm a bad parent. Why are they doing this? They're 6 years old. They shouldn't be doing this. It must be me, which is an irrational thought. Unless you're neglecting or abusing them, then that is a rational thought. And you're exactly right. And you better check yourself, bitch, and get some help for your child. Then you fix it. Or maybe you're just tired, man. Life is hard, and you're every single night you're tired. She had cancer at this time. I don't know if she knew it or not, or I think she'd already gone through stage 3, went to remission, and then stage 4. I'm not sure, but there was cancer in her body at this. She was not 100% well. You know, maybe she had other stresses. I don't know. But people can freak out for insignificant reasons. We all know that. But to freak out for insignificant reason that causes you to do something accidentally that causes that to your child's skull? No way. I don't buy that for a second. What do you guys think about that? Holy shit. I'm like at 11:30. What time is it? Okay. I got to catch way up here. I'm going to drop the link to the panel if anybody would like to come up and speak what they would like to say or answer that question or another one rather than just typing. You're welcome to follow that link. And we'll pop you up here. Do you think that fracture in Jon Benet's skull, does that seem consistent with, the parents did do it? Well, Patsy did do it, but she didn't mean to like murder her. She just went into a bedwetting induced rage. Somebody had a theory that she hit Jon Benet's head on the side of the ceramic, the bathtub, like something ceramic, and then realized that she did the damage was irreversible and something else had to be done. Therefore, she wrote that long ass ransom letter in her own penmanship, even though she maybe tried to change it. I feel like she's smart enough to know she can't get away with that, really. And then she got some of her own belongings from some hobbies she had, painting and knitting and things like that. And she just happened to know how to fashion a garrote, and did so. And then decided, well, look what I've already done to my daughter. I got to cover this up. So the way I'm going to do it after I just did that to her skull is to take this garrote and use it in a way that's so violent and embed it so deeply into her neck that when people first look at her, they won't even know that it's there, because that's how tightly I pulled it. Like, guys, I do not buy that for a second. Let's listen to what the doctor has to say about the garrote here. Hey, Anaphylaxis, what do you think? I always like your opinion. You know that.
of the flashlight that was on the counter in the kitchen. Forensic pathologists always look for patterns because a pattern opens the door.
Uh-oh, here comes another burgeroni.
To what type of instrument was used. But one thing is important. There was not a drop of blood on the outside. Why was there not a drop of blood? Because there is an elasticity to the skin. So this is all blunt. Nothing here will cut the skin. When the flashlight came down, the flashlight went in for about half an inch. The skin was pushed in, broke.
So his theory is that the shape of the fracture,
the bone.
He believes that the cause of her death was blunt force trauma, specifically delivered by a flashlight that was in the Ramsey house. The shape of the flashlight matches the shape of the horrific injury on the skull.
And did not cause any damage to the skin.
Is there any way we can replicate that?
Remember that a human skull is an involved structure where there's a solid bone, very thin, in a 6-year-old, maybe 1/16 of an inch in thickness. Then there is a layer of spongy bone marrow. Then there is another layer.
But we can do a representation of that.
Okay. You want to do it?
Sure, I'll try it. Okay.
Oh, she asked her question. She was on like an hour ago. I cannot.
That's just like this diagram that you have.
That's exactly like that. See, the main thing about this one is the fact that it's totally rectangular. The head of the flashlight easily falls into that defect, leaving no space. I've seen a lot of different kinds of injuries. And this instrument here can be an amazing weapon.
So would it take tremendous strength to do this?
Because this is a heavy object with 3 batteries in it. The skull of a 6-year-old, we call them eggshell skulls.
Got it.
But you don't need much force. I mean, I think that's
You don't
just...
need such huge amount of force. No, that is a mistake. Could be an adult, it could be a child that did it.
No, maybe not.
Okay, so this would be exactly how tall Jon Benet was.
Right, she was 3'11".
Yes.
So Dr. Spitz, we have a skull, but with pig skin over the top of it to act sort of like the scalp, to see what it looks like if somebody hits it with a flashlight. We're trying to sort of simulate this as closely as we can as a sort of a scientific experiment, but this is quite hard to do, but we do need to do this just to see what it looks like.
Okay.
Because there's so much controversy.
I really am sorry. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I think them including this, trying to replicate that injury with that object on the mock skull with the pig skin, I'm not sure if I think it was in really bad taste or if it's just like, what do you guys think about them including this in this little whatever you called that they put out here? I think this is very bizarre or just in bad taste. I don't know. It makes me a little
about whether or not a child is actually capable of creating the defect in the skull. We thought it would be good if we actually...
And then essentially the point that's drilled home is, well, then obviously it was Burke that killed Jon Benet. The 9-year-old. Duh.
Actually brought in a child who was about 10 years old to actually do the demonstration with him.
Sure.
There's another weird
going to ask you
that, I think.
To strike the skull.
That's
where do you
weird.
think, Dr. Spitz? Round about here?
That's why I don't like it. Because they bring in a child to strike a skull that is created to be as structurally close to and look as much like a human skull. Dude, this is freaking weird. I hope they look back at this and see this as a big fucking mistake. Am I being crazy or what? Somebody please let me know what you think about this. Oh, all my bunnies are like covering their eyes with their paws. They can't even watch. They feel the same as me.
Okay, I'm good, yeah.
So round about there.
This poor child.
Ready?
Bunny, come over. Come see Auntie Kelly. Let's come hang out with the bunnies. You don't have to do this. Look, he's getting low. This could be very bad for this child. This is weird. Wish he just come hang out with Auntie Kelly and the bunnies. Skipped all this skull bashing shenanigans. Oh my God. Weird. I'm gonna close my eyes. You guys watch.
Yep. Okay.
Just get this call, little boy. Oh my God.
Just take it off here. We're just going to peel this back, and you can see how it's broken. It's very similar to the type of break that we saw on Jon Benet.
The impact of the demonstration was a convincing confirmation of the association of the flashlight with that injury in the head.
For any injury, it's velocity. Velocity squared times the mass.
Glad you like
the
that,
energy. This is a lot of energy.
There was, in my view, no doubt that this flashlight, or one exactly like it, caused that injury.
And it didn't take tremendous
Well,
strength.
you know what? Since we're down with bringing in children to, to bash in skulls with a heavy weapon-like object that are recreated to structurally be as similar to human skulls as possible with pigskin, human hair, and all, I think if they're going to go down that route, they need to bring in a few more kids they can damage psychologically, to bash in a few more skulls that are structured and fashioned to feel and look as close to an authentic human skull as possible, and use some other heavy household objects that are essentially weapons when looked at in that light because of the injury they can inflict on a person, to see if those other heavy objects of various shapes would also cause an injury to a skull that looks like a cracked egg. Or is it only the flashlight that's going to do it? Because I do not think, and that looks to me like a horrible skull fracture. I guess because I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm thinking of different crime cases or different reasons I've actually seen x-rays or artifacts of skull fracture. And I can think of many examples, but I think it's always an adult. So their bone would be thicker, right? Those bones more fused together. So it would be a little, it would be different than the impact that would have on a 6-year-old's skull. But still, I just say, hey, no, guys, I'm getting like way too detailed here. I just say, bring in the babies, bring them babies in, give them some weapons. Let's get to skull smashing here. We're going to make a video. We're going to put it on Amazon Prime, and we're going to all enjoy. Not cool. Not cool.
To do that
It
either.
did not.
In my opinion. But then again, there are enough people out there that think that Watch the Obsession is not cool. So who am I to judge? Wait, what happened? Sure, we should. Oh, no. Never mind. We're good.
There
Oh,
is
my
a
voice
killer
stopped?
on the loose.
My voice stopped? Why? Okay.
Tell my friends to keep your
You
baby
guys hear me now?
close to you.
Within days of Jon Benet's body being found.
Excuse me, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sherry? Hello? 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 I see my pulsation. Sherry just sent me a text message saying my voice stopped. Is it back? Policy violations. Damn it. Oh, they did it. I knew I was going to set myself up for failure. Shit. I got too involved in the skull smashing and I played too much of that video. Mother fricker. Here's the lesson, y'all. Don't wish yourself for something like YouTube to come along and smack you on the head with a bad creator one because they want to. Damn it. Boop, boop. No, I gotcha. Yeah, we don't need to see more small skull smashing it. Skull smashing Anyway, I know, Jody. I couldn't scroll down to. I'm sorry. Jody was saying that I was pinning comments that were really old ones. I was not. I was only this whole stream, except for like in the first half hour. StreamYard was not letting me go past 45 minutes historical to whatever the current time was. This is just crazy. I don't know. Patreon, here I come. But I don't know how much I can do on Patreon. I just have to figure out a multifaceted solution, because putting all of my eggs in the StreamYard YouTube basket is like, it's a little weird. As many examples are being played out right now. Oh, because Sherry's not in chat anymore. Just let me text her back because she's like worried. She keeps texting. Hey, Sherry, I saw that. Thank you so much for letting me know. For some people, the live stream is still going. It probably will stop soon, though. Period. Better be careful what you wish for. Period. I'll text you when this completely ends. Okay, sorry about that. I knew I did it to myself. Annie Ruler says, yikes, someone turned her in. Maybe, but listen, so we make a lot of assumptions when it comes to things like that, when something happens with a video, like, oh my gosh. But there is so much automation built into YouTube, as I know that all of you know in some sense, right? But I know if you're a YouTube creator, and like the more my channel grows, the more the analytics are like, oh my God. I'm like, the information and the data and the breakdowns, and like I always say, I love a pie chart, and I'm like, I really just love scientific method data analysis, because it means something, and you have to have your data come from reality so you can plug it in to understand, in this case, something about like the performance of your channel that you don't understand or don't know or wouldn't know without that data. It's really a beautiful thing. But the number of points of data metrics that YouTube provides you, the ways in which you can manipulate them, to analyze them, to have different outcomes that all give you information, meta back about your channel. Oh my God. When I first started like trying to actually, like, I used to not even open that stuff. I'm like, that shit isn't so intimidating. I'm doing everything I can today. I can't do anything more. Try and figure out what that is not going to be part of my day. But when I started to be like, okay, this is kind of cool, and looked into it and started to like kind of figure it out, and then, watch videos about it, take trainings about it. I only did 2 trainings about it because a friend of mine who is a creator too wanted to do them, and I was curious, but I would definitely want to do it again. Definitely want to do it again. I felt like I got a lot more value about just reading articles or studying it myself or talking to people who know more about the stuff than I do, but not in like a never mind, not like a workshop training situation. Anyhow, Annie Ruler said somebody must have reported you, and that is possible. But now that I'm realizing, because I'm looking at it, how long I was playing that video, Amazon and the production company of that video both already have their content identifiers backloaded into YouTube's content creator database, and it's almost always automated. So we like to trip ourselves out and think, yo, someone's after the channel. And usually that's like really not actually what it is, but it could be. And I certainly have learned my lessons in not getting too like comfortable. And that would take a really crazy, psychotic, evil, horrible person to do that. It must just be automated. It must be numbers. No human being is that awful. Well, I was wrong. So, but yeah, there's that. Carson C, working for me. Anaphylaxis says you're back. I wonder. AI, yeah. Can I see comments? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just went off again because I wasn't sure if you guys were even still here. Let's see. Well, Oh, hey, and Sherry's here too. This is weird, guys. Did I just like hit my head and go somewhere over the rainbow? Annie M, it's you. You were here all along. Just kidding. I love those robots. Well, I want to see what's going on now in case I have to make a move because sometimes that happens. But I'll show you what I'm talking about really quick. Come along with me on a tour of the YouTube Studios back office. Wait a minute. Now, oh my God, now they want to know if I want to choose to allow third-party companies to use my content to train AI models in studio for other people. Like, you're really using and abusing me today. Take me off of your beta features, please. Okay, sorry. Let me just see what happened to the video. I just can't click around like I usually do because I keep getting stopped with YouTube asking me if I could be their lab rat a little more. No, I don't have time for that, YouTube. I'm too busy trying to keep my videos up on your channel, not getting taken down because I said poopy. Or let's find out what this was for. The only other time I ever got, like, what do they call it? Community guideline violation? It was another live stream. It was, I don't know, like 6 months ago. Some of you were here. And I did the same thing. I played a video from probably Amazon. From some big company too long. And then I came up with a rule. Pause. Pause. Pause often, grunt loudly. Because when you do that, you can't strike someone. And they can use your videos all the time as much as they want. But if you don't grunt loudly and pause often, all bets are off. Let's see. Upload default. There's no default. That's weird. I don't know what happened, I guess. Oh, wait. I told you I would show you the back office stuff. I don't know if you want to see it, but this is all I got for you right now. So we're going to look at it. Because I can't show the children smashing more realistic as possible human skulls, although I was really looking forward to that. It's so screwed up that they did that. Oh, wait. What did you guys think about that? I never saw any comments about that, probably because I can't scroll down to roll time. Jody, what did you think about the kids smashing the skull? And did you like that or not? Was that enjoyable for you? Please react. Cowboy RC, what do you think about the children smashing in the lifelike skulls? Should that have been included in that video, or was that unnecessary? Should we have brought more children out to smash more skulls with different objects? Anaphylaxis, I mostly want to know what you think about that. Is that good investigative measures to see if, they really, they got it. They investigated, they figured it out. They figured out the crime. It was the battery on the skull with the pigskin and the wig inflicted by a child who's, at least I hope they got their mother's permission. Did you enjoy that? Was that necessary? Anaphylaxis, what did you think about that? Hi, Serious Black. How are you? Oh, goodness. Now I have to try to scroll down. Oops. Now I have to fight to scroll down. Oop. Sharing screen was canceled. Okay, I know. Thank you. I'm going to keep scrolling. I'm going to keep scrolling. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I am going to opt out. I know. Yeah, I cannot. Okay, thanks, guys. So that was at 102. So, okay, we're only 4 minutes behind now. I'm gaining some space. See, this is, sometimes I feel like StreamYard, YouTube, it's like they're like abusive relationship partners. Like they they limit like what your freedom, what you're allowed to do. And, how much, you get what you want out of the relationship because it benefits you. And then they, kind of make you confused and don't give you the results you want. And then it's like really frustrating. So sometimes you kind of like freak out when the live stream and you're like, I'm not really crazy. I'm just tired. It's been a long day, whatever. And then they do something to like hurt you or make sure you can't make revenue or make sure that people think that you did something bad or whatever. And then they start to give you what you actually wanted in the first place. And all I wanted was to be able to view and pin the comments in real time, which should be, that shouldn't even have to be an ask. Jeez. Hi, honey bun. How are you? I don't know. You mean I'm back like right now or back doing live streams in general? Because I did take a little bit off. Thank you. Jody, answer my question. In response to my horror of actually bringing children in to bash in skulls that were as human-like as possible, human life, whatever. You know what I mean. Jody says, probably not necessary because we know it's possible. Little girl skulls are soft. Okay, so Jody's clearly not as repulsed as I am, but is expressing some level of, at least not enjoyment in watching that demonstration, stating clearly that it was probably not necessary. Does that imply that maybe it was? Because my friend, if that is, it's okay. I love you still, but you some twisted girl there. You got to fix your brain. Hey, little boy, have this weapon. Bash this skull quick. I just, okay. Oh, didn't I cold call some others of you and ask you the question? You are not answering me. Am I going to have to call home to a parent or guardian? Tell them that you're not participating in class? I'm just kidding. Or maybe it's just that I can't scroll down far enough to see him again. I don't know. Anaphylaxis, the good student she always is, responds. I don't think it's necessary to show that kind of a test. No, definitely. It's yuck. I understand. That was one of the videos that Burke Ramsey sued over. And most recently, the only part of that video I really was like focusing on was the 911 call part. Another part that was prior to that, I forgot that was at the end of it. And dude, I understand why. Like, give me a little kid smashing a skull. But first say, my name's Burke Ramsey. Yeah, that was weird. Mm-hmm. I know, Jody. I'm making Jody like defend her position where I was just being intentionally being like a grumpy old man. No, it's yeah, that's exactly it. Ghoulish, perfectly said. Yes, thank you. And then it's ghoulish, and then if they were to do it, it's still ghoulish and like. But then when the little boy walked in, like, whoa, dude, you. If someone asked if my kid could do that, I would be like, I think I'd probably not even give an answer because I'd already be calling the police. Well, Sherry says I like to see the stuff kind of to understand. Oh, Sherry always says the good thing that like is so sensical and whatnot. Yeah. I just think they could have done that without actually bringing an actual child in to smash an actual skull. I mean, Listen, this is kind of like how I think about it. I wasn't going to get this graphic, but here we are. Anyway, YouTube is already sanctioning me or something, so I'm not going to challenge them again, tell them to suck it or bring it or whatever I did earlier. Again, I'm sorry, YouTube. I'm sorry. We can continue in our codependent abusive relationship, and I will not ask for anything from now on, and you can just degrade me as much as you want to and whatever. Okay, fine. So, like we know that okay, I feel that the feeling of taking an object that is flashlight isn't intended necessarily to be a weapon. That's not its primary purpose, right? But it can feel like a weapon if you want to use it like one and on the right person in the right situation. And the feeling of like something like that with your force behind it, bashing in a skull, I think is something that stays with a person. And I don't think it's necessarily something that everybody wants as an experience that becomes part of, their permanent record memory and like, genetic makeup. And I just feel like calling up that little kid to do that made him have that experience that I am 100% sure could be like traumatic in a way that could cause a lot of damage for a number of children. Not even ones that already kind of have things that are more problematic than some of their peers. Okay. I said that in the best way I could without going too far, I think. Kelly was really like breaking the pinata. Well, they should have used pinatas and adults and pinata sticks. Gosh. Wow. I really like blaze a trail down to this topic. I don't know. I've had like a really strong opinion on that for a long time. Since the first time I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know, but that's the weird reaction for me to have. Wasn't anyone to talk to about it. Didn't voice my opinion. Bothered me. Forgot it was there. Saw it again tonight. You're my peeps. Had to let you know. It's not cool. Right. Yeah, Sirius Black. That's exactly it. Yeah. Right, Susan. Yes, and that's the I keep saying things and I keep thinking about when that like Thrive MLM video I made recently where I bring in the excerpts of all the senior thrivers saying all these ridiculous stupid things. And I would say, yep, that's the cherry on top, because the girl that tells you to say happy birthday to everybody, did you get to do something super special on your big day? Go ahead, eat the whole cake. Yeah. And when I said that's a cherry on top, in my mind's eye, I actually became her for a moment, and that scares me a little bit. Oh my God. Yeah. Jody, in my limited experience, I've been to Manhattan a bazillion, million, trillion times. I've been to LA many fewer. I've been to LA maybe half a dozen times. But it is, I feel one, I'm not sure of this because I'd have to gather enough LA data to know this. And maybe you can help me do that since you're there. It might be true that LA is a city that sleeps even less so than New York City does. Because as you may know, that's New York City's logo, the city that never sleeps, right? But it does sleep sometimes. I've seen certain parts of Manhattan sleep. Yeah, for sure. I have not had that experience of LA, but maybe I was just in the wrong part or the right part. I don't know. Cool. Where are you going on this trip? Are you staying on the West Coast? Where are you going? Everybody, big news. Jody is no longer on the country of Australia. It's both, right? I ask that question all the time. Jody's in the States. She's loose in the States and she's in LA. Fun. Oh, just a side note, covering like Jon Benet Ramsey stuff, and this happens sometimes after Netflix does a big video series, more than one part video series on a true crime case. It's getting hard. I've heard this from another number of people, and I've tried to upload a few things myself. Sometimes if I'm making like a really long, like documentary type video, I will load it up piece to piece, and you can't load it up to YouTube for the final product like this. But if I'm like, once upon a time, I don't even know how many hours of my life into making a documentary video about a crime. I mean, I really busted my butt on it. I think it's one of the best videos I ever made. And when I finally uploaded it, I had like 5 or 6 places that were like content strike problems. 3 of them were fault strikes that also will happen with popular cases. It happens still. It goes in waves, like with the Chris Watts case. Some bullshit company will pop about. Maybe the LLC was established specifically so they could find all those stupid YouTubers who make videos that get hundreds of thousands or millions of views about the Chris Watts case, and they must make some money from that, at least some. If we can go and claim all that content of, say, I don't know, the body cam footage, because nearly every video that's like a comprehensive video about the Chris Watts story and crime and investigation is going to have some kind of the body cam footage in it. And then they will claim every single YouTuber who has a video with Chris Watts body cam footage from like a certain officer. And a lot of people don't even know it because they uploaded the videos a while ago. Maybe they might still be making money or good money. They're still getting views, but you just don't go in and look. You don't go and look at that stuff all the time unless you're like Duck McScrooge, counting your pennies all day, every day, or shillings or whatever, your YouTube revies. But yeah, so that kind of stuff happens a lot. So when I upload a video and I see that, I panic and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even know if it's legit or not. If it's not legitimate, usually it takes a little time, but I can appeal, I can fight it and it'll just drop off. If it is legitimate, you've got to find out, because that means the people that created this video initially, it's usually a big company, are saying you used way too much of the sound or video and we're not having it, bitch. And that can be as little as something of a tenth of a second of their content. And I'm not kidding. So when I make like longer, like documentary type videos now, I'll like okay, I'm done with 20 minutes of it. I'm happy with it. I edit it. Whew, oh my God. I'm not even close to done, but okay, I'm going to upload this and just run a check on it to make sure I don't get a surprise bang. Because YouTube, I found, likes to surprise me. First, I was like, do they have a crush on me? I think they like me. They're giving me all these surprises. And then I was like, oh, wait, I don't think that's it at all. Okay, so. Awesome. You're going to Vegas and then New York. How long are you going to be in New York for? Who were you with? Why didn't you invite me to come meet you? It's not too late, but I don't know who you're traveling with. I was going to, ask you about your travel plans earlier, because I was actually going to, and I still might. I love going to New York around the holiday time. I freaking love it. Like the Christmas show, it's like the Rockettes Christmas show, Christmas Spectacular, my favorite thing ever. If I could spend the entire year at the Christmas Spectacular, I really wouldn't need daylight, food, or water. I would just be like in like me heaven. It would be amazing, and everything that goes along with it. My son likes it there too. Mm-hmm. Well, or text me. Let me know when you're going to be in Manhattan. I don't know if you're seeing like family that you haven't seen in like, I don't know. However, I don't know. Maybe there's a wedding. Maybe you're going, I don't know what's going on. Maybe you guys are, fighting a corporate lawsuit against your family for participating in 23D. I'm just kidding. Just bringing random facts that we've been talking about into my possible scenario. But if you're going to have any free time, like I said, I'm probably going to be going there. For me, I'm spending Christmas Eve and Christmas at my mom's. And then it would be I can go anywhere from the 26th. And then I think I have like after that a little over a week off. So yeah. Oh, cool. Awesome. Nice. Yeah. Come to Wisconsin. Sherry, listen, girl, I'm like more into like the city vibe. I got a lot of moo like right around here. In fact, when I went to college, and it was so different than where I grew up. It's like a very small, like country town. And I've always loved cities. Like I was a city girl who was born in a cow pasture in the middle of winter and a lot of ice and cow poop. Now I like the bunny poop a little better, but still that's my history. So people like wouldn't understand. They'd be like, what's it like where you live, like where you grew up? Because they're all from these like, ritzy suburban type, fancy towns and houses, or they don't even know where they're from because they're like, family sprawling estate is so amazing. I was like, wow, I didn't know like where I went to college that like, the student body was going to be like that. Cause I never would have decided to go there because it was like culture shocky and honestly, like a bit, I didn't like it. I was like, you guys are like, people are kind of repulsive. After a while, I didn't think that of all of them, just some of them, but then I started to really like some of them. Definitely culture shock though. So I don't understand, like, where do you live? Like, explain it to me. And they wouldn't get it because the way they live is so not like small town, like, everybody in a family works hard and like that kind of life. And I was like, listen, all you need to know is where the town I lived in, there was definitely more cows than people. And like that was very apparent. They're like, oh my God, what kind of twisted world did you live in? I'm like, I'd always get them with the more cows than people. Honey, come to Alabama. It's fancy country. Oh yeah, Sherry's just saying come to Wisconsin. Ladies, you don't understand. I was just telling our Miss Jody here, I like the bright lights and jazz hands and all like that chaos. I just love the city. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. When I went to college, I wanted to either go to NYU or Boston University because they are both total submerged in this big city schools. But my dad was like, oh my God, my dad was so overprotective. He grew up in this town where I am right now. He lived here his whole life, except for when he went to college and then law school, not too far away at a really good university, but not too far away. And then he met my mom, who hated it here, made her come back here. They hated each other, got divorced finally when I went to college. And I was like, why did you guys wait that long? You just hated each other my entire childhood. I said, could you please just get away from each other and get divorced for the sanity of everyone? And they wouldn't. And then I go to college and they do like right away. Thanks, mom and dad. But anyway, my dad paid a lot for a lot of my college tuition because he was fucking awesome. It's like all there is about that. He grew up very poor. We had 5 siblings. He was the oldest, and none of them had the opportunity to go to college. And he just worked his ass off and got also a scholarship to play football and made sure I always knew the value of $1 when I turned 14. I didn't get one job. I got 2 jobs. And yes, I was still going to school. How old was I? 14 in 8th grade. So, yeah. Oh, there's one of those de-icing trucks again. It's scary. They're really loud. I got law. Oh, I know. I wanted to go to a city school so bad, and he wasn't like, no, you can't. I'm calling the shots. I'm making the rules, but he was so trying to talk me out of it, and like my mom and like his best friend and stuff were like, Kelly, listen, if you don't have to go to school in a big city, you please don't, because I don't know if your dad's going to be able to take it. He's bugging out about it. He said like he thinks you're going to get murdered or raped or blah, blah, blah. He really was like paranoid about it. I was like, no, Dad, I'm just going to talk about murder and rape. But oops, I mean the M word and the R word, YouTube. So thank you for your invitation to Wisconsin and Alabama. But I suggest let's meet up in a fun city, girls. So yeah. Chris Watts is here. Ooh, Sherry, I'm away right now. Let me go get in the car. I'll be there as soon as possible. See you and Chris Watts. I would love to talk to Chris Watts, though. Love it. I think I could psychologically break him down. Maybe I couldn't. I mean, at this point, he just might be like so checked out. Ain't no one getting nothing from him. But I don't know. I feel like I could finally use Nicole Kessinger for some good in this world as the psychological warfare against Chris Watts in a very covert kind of ninja-like way. And it would just be fun if nothing else. And naturally, I would put a secret video recorder in there like Tammy Lee did so you guys could all see it, but I do better because she only got you audio. Friends, Mama Kelly gonna get you video. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I stopped talking about the Jon Benet case because other than Deception Detective, because he's awesome, and a couple of videos that I've made, but now I'm thinking about what did they pull other content from. I never finished my point earlier. I do that all the time. I think I usually come back. I wonder what my percent is like. YouTube Studio, could you please send me some analytics on the percent of time I go way off track, but actually do eventually come back within that same live stream to close the point? I think everyone might be impressed. I want to be able to turn that into some meaningful channel data. Thank you. See now how evolved in business like my relationship is with YouTube after I told him to suck it earlier. Uh-oh. I lost my thought again. I think I'm a little tireder than I knew. Oh, I know. Okay. So when like Netflix does a multi-series documentary type, lots of advertising behind it, lots of banging the drums, woohoo, build up everybody go watch this documentary, Jon Ramsey, Pat Ramsey, Jon Benet Ramsey, and their documentaries are, I mean, certainly, yeah, there's some original content. They do original interviews. They do original some things. Sometimes they do really weird shit, like with the Menendez brother thing. Like, don't watch it if you haven't yet. It's just going to give you nightmares. Yeah, don't. It's weird. It's just, I don't know. I just think it's kind of crap, but I could be right. It's just my not humble opinion. But even when Netflix makes documentaries, like the Watts one was kind of extreme example because that one was solely made from Shanann Watts' social media posts, I believe like all Facebook, right? Once they put that public record together in their special, giant channel with shitloads of money behind it, and interests, different interests, and it goes deep, right? We know that it always does. Then all of a sudden it's owned, when the day before it was owned by everyone in a matter of free use and public record. But Netflix just decided they're gonna make a documentary on that, but so now all of that belongs to Netflix. So it becomes really hard to make a good video about those cases for a while, if not forever, thereforth, without getting a lot of trouble for copyright usage. So I've read some people complaining about this, and just like some random creator chat rooms. I don't even usually see other true crime creators. I can't find any that are for true crime creators. Or like when once upon I did, it was so inbred, I immediately was like, oh my God, I ran out of it. And other true crime content creators I talk to have said that's been happening to them, that they've been getting real strikes, like strike, like your channel got one of the big one of 3 strikes. That's always really scary, because if you get bang, 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 whether they're legitimate or not, you're gone for a few months. So it's hard to cover true crime on YouTube. It really is. As time goes on, there are more and more obstacles to just making the content you want, because it's an expression of how you want to share the facts, or how you see the issues in it, or make sure there's something out there that presents the facts instead of the bullshit. Or you just want to talk about it with other people. Whatever you want to do in the genre of true crime as a content creator on YouTube, it's getting harder all the time. And I don't, it's weird. And I hear other content creators say that. I don't think I ever even spoke anything about until very recently, when it really started to become so hard. I knew that it would be noticeable to people that come to my channel and look for certain things, because I was just not able to provide what I was a month ago, or a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago, because the rules changed so dramatically. That was now against the rules. I don't know, I'm sure you noticed every channel, I don't even use any templates or anything like that, but it might be wise to. I've been trying to, but it's just kind of not the way my creative process works. But I do, have a system, and I do, if I'm going to be talking about, timeline within a case, or within a, a deep dive kind of, super deep dive, lots of details and from different angles on a certain topic of a case that people are really interested in. I just, in my mind, know how I'm going to kind of flow it out. And that's how I do it. So even something as basic as that, and something that feels is that's my creative process, that gets to belong to me. I haven't even plugged a video into it yet or anything. I'm certainly not copyright infringing anyone, except for the companies that are claiming I am, because they're trying to make a quick buck on a scam. I mean, things like that. We are having, streets that we would normally go down blocked off, and they're like, oh yeah, sorry, there's another street. Would you like to take part in our beta lab rat experiment? Can YouTube use your content to use AI to teach other content creators? No, not today. Nope. Sorry. You have asked too much of me today. And if you're asking me that today, the answer is a big fucking no. Hey, Kez, I hope you guys had fun tonight. I was going to tell, yeah, we're still here. It's been interesting. I'm just sort of spouting off right now, but nice to see you. You guys having fun? Oh, check the poll. Thank you, Jody. I don't know what I would do without all my awesome moderators keeping me in check. Seriously, I don't know. I might just be a puddle of lit. Ooh, Honey Bun says, fun fact, I love spy shops. I have tons of spy equipment. I like spy shops too. Oh, I know. Okay, I'm sorry I dissed Alabama, Honey Bun. Maybe we can find a nice spy shop in Alabama, or somewhere in between that's a more metropolitan area, and meet there. No, they are awesome though. My son really likes them too. What am I doing? Oh, I'm checking the poll. I'm not saying this to be mean. I like this person usually, but sometimes when I get like a little spacey, like as I hear myself talking in my head, I'm like, man, I feel like I sound like Zav Girl right now. I'm like, I feel like Zav Girl. Because sometimes when I watch her live stream, she's a sweet girl and she, you know, has interesting topics and stuff. And she's done a great job and she's made her channel what she wants it to be. But she'll talk in these circles and I'll be like, oh my God. I might even literally roll my eyes. But then I hear myself and you have to like watch myself after the fact. And I'm like, you know what, girl, you no longer have the right to roll your eyes at Zav Girl because you are Zav Girl. You know, sorry. That just is another, I just pulled a Zav Girl. You know what I mean? Poll. I'm going to look up the poll. If there is still a poll, because I might actually have taken the video down. I kind of think they did now. Let me see. Boop, 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 boop. Maybe not. Oops. No, it's there. Okay. That's weird. I don't know. It must be one of those like regional geographical things I was talking about earlier. That happened because of this case on the Thanksgiving live too. So exactly what I was saying about the, you know, it's really hard to use anything about Jon Benet Ramsey now, and it belongs to Netflix, hands down. Netflix might not even know it exists, which is this dumb thing to say in the first place because Netflix doesn't know anything. Netflix is a thing. It's an entity. It's a concept. It's some person at Netflix that may not even know what it is. Oh my goodness. We have so much reprogramming we need to do in the human race. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. It's a lot. So we're just going to all do our best. Okay. So the poll results. And thank you guys for the super stickers and super chats. I really appreciate it. I felt a little weird putting that like goal thing up. I don't know if I can get around it though, because I just love you guys. I'm glad you're here. I always appreciate it when you support the channel. Sometimes the channel really needs support, but I don't think, you know, I know you guys are going to show up in all the ways that you do. But now it's like, you don't want to beg your viewers. We're going to make you. Yeah, just another aspect of the codependent abusive relationship, you know? I don't know. I don't know. But I can't break up with it because then I wouldn't have you guys. See? YouTube knows I can't break up with it because I have too much benefit that's connected to it. It is totally the abusive relationship model. I know. Okay. So the poll says, Jody keeps nudging me towards actually taking the big giant step of reading it and not just almost doing it. Do you think Jon Benet's life was taken by a member of her family, John, Patsy, or Burke? And then if you say yes, you think that it was. If you say no, then we say that it's like, I'm like saying it's no, it's probably an outsider, right? So 61% of people think that Jon Benet Ramsey was taken by John Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, or Burke Ramsey. I am surprised about that, especially since a lot of times, you know, if like I state what my opinion is or anybody does, and you know, they're the person who's blabbing away the most in the live stream. You know, it just seems like people start to kind of shape after that. Not always, but it's more likely that'll happen. But that's cool. I told you in the beginning, I want you guys to be able to state whatever you think and think for yourselves and, you know, not worry about saying the wrong thing because I did that all for you. See, I got your back. Don't worry about it. Oh, tomorrow you're going to you're going to where? Oh, Vegas, right? Is that an S at the end? Yeah. The contacts versus glasses problem I have at this hour. Oh my God. That's awesome. I've never been to Vegas. I've never, ever been to Vegas. I've had a lot of experiences that probably would have been better suited to play out in Vegas. Like I think I've simulated that experience plenty of times, but I've never actually been to Vegas. So that's awesome, Jody. I can't wait. You should definitely share pics. And if you want, we can share them with people. If you want to, I always love seeing pics. Okay, yeah, gotcha, Kaz, I will. And on that, I think I am going to finish because I love you guys. But no, I love you guys, period. Full stop. I need to stop babbling now. And I'm not sure what to tell you about future live streams on this because I don't know what I'm going to, I don't like to just talk without bringing other things in unless it just ends up to be what happens, kind of like tonight. But I don't like to plan it that way. But I'm not I don't know how accessible it's going to be to discuss this case without having issues. So I will look into it and find out more information because there's so much more just tonight. There's a lot to this case, but I don't know. I'm not going to say anything more about it because you either saw a little bit of it or you didn't see what I'm referring to and can't explain because I have lost the ability to articulate thoughts. Tomorrow night, I am going to do a live stream, so that'll be Saturday night. And I'm going to remember we did Soto the other night. We're going to return to that. And I'm just going to, finish out what I had planned, which ends up to. And I did talk to, remember I said that those Florida attorneys and the people they're representing who do have standing said that for good reason, not just a random hunch. I felt my arm hair standing up and I'm thinking Jen Soto's going to get charged. No, there's a specific reason. They have not changed their mind on that, but they don't know anything more about that. And so that, again, they felt what I said to y'all was fair and accurate and, what they told me. So I felt good about that. But I keep praying to Rudolph. He can get the reindeer to come up with something for Christmas in the way of Jen Soto. Skanky Potato being charged for the way she didn't love her daughter or protect her and allowed her to die and be abused. Oh, God. Why do we do this to ourselves? I'm just kidding. I know why. So that'll be tomorrow night. And then next week, or maybe, I don't know. Then I think the next one will probably just be like the true crime trivia night with prizes and giveaways. And ooh, darn it. I meant to get the Honey Buns logo up so long ago again. This is the second time I did that. Oh, hey, I got a notification from YouTube. It says, oh, that's from just a little thing I played in the beginning. Oh my God. I played like 2.5 minutes. You know how sometimes, or maybe you don't notice this happens, but I know as a creator for live streams, if you can get it done soon enough and you upload it soon enough, you can put in a little trailer that's anywhere from like 30 seconds to like 2.5 minutes. And that's now where I'm putting my dramatic music and scenes because all of that music that I bought, because I love doing that. When they changed the music licensing guidelines, it doesn't mean anything. It's like just like I bought the license. They're not, it was an investment. Got to use them for a while. That was great. Their term is supposed to continue for anywhere from, I don't know, maybe a few months to a few years. But YouTube's like, no, actually, we're going to beta something new on that. And we wanted to know if you would give consent to let us use your material, AI, to bend you over one more way. And then you know what? And I'm like, but can I opt out? Actually, no, you can't. So this will be considered consent. Okay. So I started using those trailers for live streams as a way to still express my musical, creative, dramatic side of how I see whatever issue we're talking about in the case, because I just really think that's important to my content. And it's the only way I could get it in there without it being a copyright issue. But I guess that was true until today, because it was an issue anyway. Oh, man. The walls are closing in. YouTube's closing in. Dang. Okay, sorry. I was just reading a bunch of comments from various videos when I just opened YouTube. A couple of them caught my eye. Really awesome comments. You guys, I love reading comments. Love it, love it, love it. That's many of my creator friends are like, dude, you're freaking insane. Like, people are leaving comments. Leave them alone. Go about your day. Because I literally, I mean, I think I missed some just because I'll go to another video. The previous video will get more comments. I won't go back. You know, there's not like a roadmap to meander your way all through and make sure you hit every single one. But I try. So when I literally say that, literally try to, and sometimes I think I get pretty damn close to reading every single comment you guys leave. That is the truth. But apparently, some people think that might be an ineffective, inefficient use of my time. But I like it. I want to know what you guys think. Well, I have to know what you guys think. It's kind of like the whole idea. Right? It is. It is the whole idea. I'm going to answer that question. Yes, it is the whole idea. And I can answer that question because it's my idea. And I can answer that question. That is my idea. It's the whole idea because it's my channel. So if I want to read everyone's comments, I will continue to until I literally just do not have enough time to sleep and shower. And then, I don't know, I'll have a big backlog at some point. Some people are mean, freaking nasty. What? Oh. What? What? I have to kick these people's asses. I just read a comment. You guys know how much I love Bella. Someone said on one of my videos, I don't know. I don't understand how all the vile people on here hating on a 3-year-old, calling Bella a slime ball and saying she's ugly and one sandwich short of a picnic. No, my Bella, I would never let that comment stay. Shame on you. That's awful. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But now I can't find those comments that she's saying are there. So are those comments really there? Or is someone just saying they're there who isn't actually the someone who we would think they are by just looking at their name, which doesn't really tell you much about someone necessarily anyway. But maybe it's someone's alt. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I think that was someone just trying to play little games with us, because some people like play games, you know. Some people are game players like that. Yeah. So I'm going to go and wish you all a lovely rest of your evening, day, morning, afternoon, whatever it is for you. And Jody, yeah, definitely don't forget. Oh, well, yeah, text me. Just let me know when you're going to be in New York, because my son and I were just talking about this morning. We didn't plan anything that was just like fun other than like Christmas Day stuff. with my mom and my stepsisters and stuff. But we want to go somewhere. So we're at Philadelphia because my best friend's there and she's super fun. And there's a lot of stuff we could do. Or New York because I don't want to travel any further right now because I just would prefer not to. Because I don't have a plane ticket yet. And getting 2 plane tickets at this point would be very, very expensive. So it's going to be a car trip. And so it's Philadelphia or New York. So maybe it'll work out. Let's see. So Annie Ruler, are you walking around like while you're listening to podcasts and live streams and stuff when it's nice weather out? I love doing that. Oops. That's actually taking my most content, YouTube content. Well, it's the only content I take in really. When I'm exercising in the spring or summer, I'll go for like really long walks. I'll make sure I download something first, listen the whole time. If I go on car ride, if I have to drive more than half an hour, always make sure I download a few goodies, listen to it there too. Sometimes on my lunch break, just kidding, work, but it's true. And then when I'm going to bed, I always fall asleep to YouTube. Maybe it's you. But I never really just sit down and I'm like, yeah, man, I'm going to turn on YouTube and just sit here and really watch this. That's just me. Oh, cleaning, of course. Yeah. And except for when something shocking really is being spoken about, when it really grabs my attention, I will sit down and watch it like a normal person watches a lot of entertainment on their flat screen television or something like that. But yeah, you really got to pull me in. Recently, it's just been the only thing that's been doing is Paranormal Files and perhaps some crazy, crazy breaking news on something true crime. Which there hasn't been too much of. YouTube series Black Merry Christmas. Yeah, and to all of you, I hope I see you again before Christmas. Like I said hours ago at this point, I always tell myself my live streams need to start being 90 minutes or less. 90 minutes or less. Have I ever done a live stream 90 minutes or less? I think I've done 2. I don't know. I can't make it happen. It's like a self-discipline problem, I think. But you guys don't need to know that. You learned an awful lot about me tonight, and it's our secret. But if we don't see you, all of you, before Christmas, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, if you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope you have a wonderful day. It's even better than Christmas. Maybe you can make it even awesomer than Christmas Day. If Christmas Day is not your thing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask I don't know. I feel like it's like a culturally ignorant question to all of my Australians, but in Australia, well, I'm just gonna ask it like this so I don't say something that's really stupid and then people know it and use it against me. Keschick, Jody. Let's see who else is here right now from Australia. Oh, people with Keschick? Are you also maybe hanging out or whatever? What is Christmas like in Australia? That was a good question to not have a backlash from it. Not from them, but could somebody please share their experience of what Christmas is like in Australia? What do you do? What do you see? What do you smell? I know the weather is freakishly hot. That's so weird. Why don't you have snow? Whoa. See, I'm way back in chat once again. Oh my God. I just want to know about Christmas in Australia. Then I'm leaving. Hey, Squirrels on Fire. How you doing? Nice to see you. Squirrels on Fire is baking sugar cookies and listening, but FWIW, they need to re-avail that father. Oh, for what it's for what it's worth. Yay! Thank you. That was challenging. I did it though. Thank you. For what it's worth, FWIW. I'd never have actually seen that before that I can recognize. They need to reevaluate that father, reevaluate his mental fitness, reevaluate his competency as an engineer at an engineering powerhouse that creates secret anti-everything other than the United States weaponry. We have a big I'm afraid to say the name of the company now, though. You probably even know what it is. A big hub of that same company. Oh my God, I'm afraid of everything right now. You guys, they're coming to get me. I know they are. About half an hour away from me. I know a lot of people that work there. And they can't talk about what they do. And they're like really good at what they do. Okay. Kez says, no way, father or mother. I listened to a psychologist who works in the court. Those knots on the garrote were for pleasure. Yeah, we were getting there, but then YouTube pulled the live down in some geographical locations. Because now that Netflix has done a series on the Jon Benet case and included everything in there, at least a little bit of it that's public record, it's really hard for anyone else to do material on Jon Benet, unless I mean obviously people are, but people do things like mismatch the audio and then like warp the I don't know, I can't. Hey Kevin, how are you doing? Kevin out Stamosing John Stamos. What is your thing with John Stamos? Is it John Stamos particularly, or is it just like an 80s thing? I've noticed a lot of your like 80s things comments, which I very much appreciate because I love the 80s. I love the 80s. If the 80s could be forever, I would forever be happy. 80s were amazing, right? Best music, best movies, best everything, best like freedom to be yourself in any way you wanted to, even if you do have high hair and bangs and blue eyeshadow and really, really, really unflattering jeans. I love the 80s. Yeah, thanks to all the mods. Okay. We definitely have the best mods. Honey Bun says, my dog identifies as a flying squirrel. You're so funny. She's crazy. That's great. Demon Dog. Oh, nice. Welcome, Demon Dog. Says it was an inside job. Inside what? It was an inside job from inside where? The family circle of friends, the pageant community. Tell me more. Oh, thanks, Sirius Black. Annie Ruler says she was not taken. She was wrapped in a blanket from the dryer. Jon Benet was. I don't think she was. Yeah. what about like the, wait, you know, I want to ask any questions that are going to take too long to answer because I do have to go soon. So Kesha asks, who do you think unalive Jon Benet? Well, you know, I can only answer that or let anyone else answer that after you answer my question about Christmas in Australia. I haven't heard your answer yet. Never mind. I'll just look it up. Sometimes Google is the best friend you can have. I'm just kidding. But it's very informative. Do you understand what I said though? When I'll like say it something or like act a certain way, and I really like, she just, I see her like overlaid on myself, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm warping, and I am right now. I am that girl. Oh my God. I think the person that alived Jon Benet Ramsey was somebody definitely not in the family. I think it was somebody that had interaction with her in the family, but not like a lot of it, not intimate. And that person was aware of it much more than they were. And of course, the reason that person even put themselves in that position was due to their obsession with Jon Benet, because they are, of course, pedophile. And you know, frequently viewed Jon Benet pageant material, attended pageants, was thrilled they could easily indulge in this fantasy world about Jon Benet because it kind of was created for them. I mean, here's this little girl dressed up as a very sophisticated, sometimes, you know, I mean, obviously with the clothes, it's going for sexy adult look, like of all different kinds. Like she could be a different person. She's every woman, but she's a little girl. And I think that just in itself would really feed like the sick thinking and fantasies of someone like the person who committed this horrible crime. But then, of course, they had to keep going further with it. So I think it was just like unbelievably everything about Jon Benet and the possibility of the limits they could go to that they never had before in their minds, in reality, whatever the case may be. I don't even really want to think too far into the details. Was just they were completely obsessed. It was so thrilling to them. It was like, this is it. I've got to complete this. I've got to play out. I've got to play this to the furthest extent I possibly can. This is it. This is what I have wanted my whole life. It couldn't get better than this. If I die in the next breath, after this is all over, I'll be okay with it. And actually it'll be better because then we can be together forever. I think it was like that kind of a thinking. And I think there are two people that have been spoken about as different sources investigate the theory of it was an outsider who committed the crime, but I'm not going to tell you who those people are yet because I really want to do a video about it somehow or present it in a live to get your opinion too before I give you mine, because I will influence your opinion because you'll be surprised, but I have a lot to say about it. But yeah, that's what I can say about that. And I think, like Kez was saying, that the garrote was I mean, I think that the garrote definitely was like, the garrote was something very special that, that was used for, for him. It was representing, and it was for erotic asphyxiation, which, anyway, that's there. And, but it was also like, it was also like, it was something very special in this person's mind that was part of this whole kind of almost like, final ritualistic, whatever he's doing with Jon Benet, that was, the pinnacle of like his fulfillment and his living out all of his desires and his wants, and finally having Jon Benet, because I really just think this was someone who was totally fucking like to the most pathological extent of human existence can possibly go, with obsessed with that little girl. And so I think that the garrote had a number of meanings, but its function was for a sex. I can't even say it again right now. I'm so tired. Yeah. But it was almost like ceremonial, the garrote. That's what I was trying to say before. And I think he wanted to to end the crime, leaving the garrote with Jon Benet. Like, he wanted her to have it in a sick way. I don't know. I have this whole psychological profile that I haven't even written it down or anything, but it's pretty well built out in my head. So does that make sense to you guys? Any of it? 6 more hours. Oh my gosh. So I'm reading your comments like backwards, or like bottom to top. So I'm trying to, you guys are saying some interesting things to one another. I'm trying to find where like the conversation of it begins, but I might not have that ability right now. Actually, I'm not sure, but I'm trying. So Calissa says to Squirrel, I agree. I think he is involved too. Hopefully you're ending up talking about this case or true crime and not one of Kevin's 80s movies, but I'm going to go up to find out a little bit more. Definitely whatever you do, don't even get kind of like, oh, I think I'm being discreet about it, but pervy in the comments, because YouTube will just use that as another reason and means to engage further in our abusive relationship, and I am the one who gets the abuse. But yeah. They actually do put out, they put out things like, I don't know, yeah. I just want to be me. Wait, what's it called? Patreon. Here we come. Creators that do have Patreon or have gone to Patreon or are on YouTube but do some things on Patreon, they always talk about like, oh, I finally did it, and it's like the land of freedom. It's like I didn't even want to be in the wild, wild west. I just didn't want to be like, chained to a brick wall. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the changing of guidelines and being told what you can and can't say, and when you can and can't say it, and then that changes and no one tells you that. As y'all know, it's always been super important, perhaps of the utmost importance, top priority for this channel to always deliver authenticity and facts, truth. And that's best done by being able to say what it needs to be said very plainly, like straightforward, Here's the words, take it for what it is. But playing all these little silly little games and not being able to say certain things or say certain things a certain way or say certain things that might make certain people think of a certain different topic that really has nothing to do with that certain thing you're saying in a certain way that makes people think of a certain topic, which isn't even really happening. But you can't say it anymore because, well, it's against the community guidelines. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Yep. It gets just a little tiresome. Whoa, there was the ice truck thing again. Oh, but she's driving by. I've never seen those before. They were so loud. But I'm glad that they did whatever they did because I really thought that the power lines were going to break. They did here a few years ago. We had a storm like that, and everyone was out of power for like days. It was really crappy. All the teenage boys are getting perms now. It's hilarious. I just had recently heard about that, and I started like looking around, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Why did somebody actually have to tell me this? Like, where have my eyeballs been? Oh my God. Oh, Squirrel on Fire says, perm should be illegal on people under 18. I had a traumatic childhood because of them. Squirrel, I literally was just thinking, my mom always used to take me to get perms when I was a kid, and I never got injured or anything, but I freaking did not. My hair did it was not a good look, man. And there was no way you could look at me and be like, oh, she's cute like that. It was not my choice. Kind of reminds me of how YouTube treats me now. They're just like perming me all the time against my will. But I'm sorry about that, Squirrels on Fire. I don't even know why you're saying that. I didn't mean to, I don't want to, but maybe we relate in a way, or maybe it's totally for different reasons. But perms are pretty severe. Yes, it is true. Boys, teenage boys, are getting perms. In fact, when I took my son to get a haircut, he had a haircut in so long. He has hair every. Well, I mean, his hair is just fucking awesome. If you are a woman and you want this like gorgeous freaking hair that just always looks good, is really full and thick, and there's like, it's your dream. But he's just, his hair is amazing. And the woman asked if he wanted a perm, and he like looked at me like really funny, and then looked at her, and then looked back at me. Then I looked at her really funny. I was like, did you just ask me if he wants a perm? She's like, yeah. She's like, some boys want it now, but he's got that natural wave, and you could take it up a little. I was like, no. Like, what are we want like tight curls on his head, like, like an old lady in rollers. I didn't say that, but I thought it was a weird question. And then I started like noticing when people are talking about that, I started noticing that people actually were in fact doing it. It's confirmed. It's a trend, the perm. Ooh, Kevin really latched on to this. Kevin, do you have perm envy? I've heard people share stories like that. Calissa says, my hair was flat straight until my first perm at 12, and then it grew out in spiral curls and stayed wavy. Why? I know. Perms are genetic. Maybe they're genetically engineering us. They're changing essentially who we each are. And we didn't even know until you just put them. I doubt that, but I've heard a lot of people say, well, I've heard I've heard stories such as that by at least a number of people throughout the years. Could definitely not quantify it with any level of exactness. Yeah, that's a good description. Kylie says they like the top to be permed, then it fades at the sides. If boys are getting perms, what are girls getting? Not perms. I don't know, but I'll find out. Where I work, I have a cosmetology class, like career and technical education class. It has like mostly high schoolers, but there's some younger adults, like 2 doors down from me. I work with some of the students. I really should be in the know about this because I am basically surrounded by the world of cosmetology like all the time, but it just goes to show how you can be somewhere and really have no idea what the fuck is going on, because I did not smell perms and I didn't see any evidence of perms until that hairdresser asked my kid if he wanted a perm, and I was about to smack a bitch. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. She wasn't really trying to, ruin his life. Like, this is cool, apparently. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wolf cut. Yeah. But I feel like when like the cuts that girls are getting now, I feel like hairstylists are, I don't know, they're like, they're really like living their best lives. They're filling into their creative potential, or they're just doing a better job than they used to with different kinds of haircuts. Because I always feel like layered until, I don't know how long ago it was, but at some point layered just meant some chops in your hair that kind of looked like a bunch of mistakes, But now the way that it looks amazing, the way they like texture and stuff. It's just, it's cool. Calissa says, my husband got a perm in the 80s hairband era. He was 15. I think it goes in and out of style for some reason. Yeah, that sounds about right. Everything always comes full circle. That's right. That's right. Why we should bring the 80s back right now. Right now. I mean, they're always in my heart. Wait, what did you say? I just did, and yep, that's not what you got. Wait. Oh, so Kylie says Miley and Billy are probably the best examples of it. Just Google wolf cut celebrities. You'll get it immediately. But then says, I just did, and yep, that's what. Okay, cool. All right. I think I read some words backwards initially. Sweet. Did I get pictures in my email? You know what? I had an email come from you the other day. I'm going to go do that right now because I'm going to, I'll do it after live stream, and then I won't. And then every time I look at it, or I'm like, oh, Kevin, or somebody's like perm, and I'm like, oh, now I'm thinking about Kevin. I'll feel bad. And then it's just going to turn into this whole cycle of dysfunction and bad habits. So I'm going to look at them right now. Are they oil field pictures? I know the 80s are, and if I said I want the 80s back, like I want them back more though. I want like full force. Like I think I'm gonna like actually become Madonna, but not. I don't want to be that. But maybe it's just me who needs to become more 80s. Maybe I don't need to expect the 80s is just gonna, show up at my front doorstep, but that I'm gonna meet it halfway, and that then it's going to be the me meets 80s union I've always been dreaming of. Oh, I have it all figured out now. Thanks, guys. This is so helpful. Kelly will be bucked. I'll be bucked with 16-year-old boy perms. The other big shifts, the middle parts, yeah. Depeche Mode, John Cusack movies, yeah. That's like you're going like deep early 80s, yeah. Oh, 80s so awesome. 90s wasn't bad too. Well, the whole like when we're just talking like I don't know. Arts and entertainment, pop culture, movies, music, TV, food, that kind of stuff. The transition into the 90s had its own awesome moments that had to happen, or there really wasn't anything to look forward to in life. I want to be the early 90s also, along with the 80s. 2024 is kind of like beat man. Too much work to do, too many responsibilities, not enough fun, and I want to swap out for a different year, please. Oh, man. Yeah, squirrel. I think we have to. What's your mom's name? I think maybe we have the same mom. Yes, same, exactly. Like I could see or like the hairstylist would, be like, oh, like I could do it like this, which would be more like what I wanted my hair to look like. Oh, I might be able to find some pictures for you guys. You're gonna love them. And my mom would be like, no. We want the tight, awkward, the high tension, unnatural. Will distract away from noticing my daughter's about to burst out into tears at any moment, curl. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So bad. None of my friends had me. None of them. I always had to get perms. I always had to go to the salon too. My mom used to take me tanning starting when I was like 10. Not even a joke. And she'd say we used to go to an island in the Caribbean basically once a year. And she would always say, well, it's to make sure I get a base tan so I don't get burned. It's like a health necessity. I don't feel like people inside eye her that too much though. If you brought a 10-year-old into a tanning salon now, actually, I think you could I think that people could get arrested, at least in New York State. I think you could get arrested for putting a 10-year-old in a tanning bed. I wish I'll get time machine go back to 1982. I don't know. No, I wasn't getting perms then. Oh my God, no wait. I'm like, oh yeah, 1982 is awesome, man. I just realized how old I was in 1982. I mean, 1982 I was making awesome finger paintings. I just realized I think my whole entire memory of the whole history of my life is a little warped. And everything I know is probably just wrong. Because by the time the 80s ended, I wasn't even a teenager yet. Did I really love the 80s? Or did I just in the 80s love the idea of what I thought it was? I don't even know. I don't know. But I didn't realize how young I was in the 80s. You could have 82. I'll take 84. I don't know. I think that I'm going to, I think I know, well, Kevin started the whole 80s thing, but, I really think I kind of amplified it for everyone. Yeah, I'll take that credit, bitch. Step off. But I think I'm going to change it up now that I realized, I was going to have a perm if I go back to the 80s, like basically no matter what, either that or, I was just getting out diapers, which is, I get past that. I'm good with that. I think I aced that. We can move on. So I'm going to go ahead and jump to the 90s now. So all of you that are staying in the 80s, bye-bye. I'm going to leave you back there. Squirrel, I think you really should move up a little with me, and then maybe you can get past the perm too. That's the whole idea. Oh boy. Oh, red alert, red alert, red alert, red alert. We are now in very dangerous territory. All systems are shutting down. Oh my God. I need to, I would love to do that. I would love to hear what you have to say. And let's plan on doing it. I need to speak with you first though. Okay. Because you'll understand. And during that live stream, I will not tell YouTube to kiss my ass, suck my dick, or anything like that, or make any jokes about something that could bring bad energy back upon me. But yeah. Bella, I love Bella. Yeah, right? I'm talking hair here. True crime and hair. Is there anything better? It's funny. Ooh. Well, I'm not giving an ooh to the jazzercise. I'm just not, because the whole jazzercise is a little, I don't know. I just, I think it came into its own. It was a little too contrived for me at first. But leg warmers are always a hell yeah. Hey, Pink. So I was just talking about you with Sherry, and you must know Sherry, the other day, a couple nights ago. All good things, Pink. All good things, of course. How are you doing? Let's see. Wait, are you guys both? You guys are both members, right? I mean, I don't know. I hate to do this. I do, but I might. I don't know. I just have to talk to you first, and because I don't want to bring people up to talk about something and then censor them. If it's not a members only, I want to just let moderators know that we're going to have a free discussion about this, and it's going to just have to be allowed to happen. And so it doesn't create more attention to something that might be skewed in a weird light. And I want to hear more people have to say too, because as far as some topics like that, it's come to a place where I'm not having conversations with people, or in the channel, we're not having conversations about, like, I'm, diatribing out on a topic in uploaded videos just because, I can kind of whoop, there it goes. But certain Watts topics that are highly controversial and sensitive, if they're presented in a way that allows them to have too much energy, I just have to be careful about that. Because as far as the Watts case goes, this channel has more potential energy than I think anyone could ever possibly imagine. Yeah. Remember, hotels had magic fingers? That better not be something dirty, Kevin. And what are magic fingers? Oh, yeah, 90s definitely had the best grunge bands. Okay, cool. Yeah, oh, I have your email address. I'll send you an email, yeah. I actually am almost done with my Bella Watts series. There's a part 1 out, there's a part 2 out. They're spaced far apart. There is a part 3. It's been in the works for a long time. I actually just sat down and editing on it. I'd gone through one round of editing on it, thought that there was a little more I needed to add to make it complete, because this is not going to be the never ending. See, it has to end. And it has to end at some point, and this is just what has to happen. What was I going to say about that? So I was thinking about putting it out right at sometime in January. So maybe we could do a live stream around then, focusing on some specific things, and just let people know if they don't like it, they can choose different activities. Oh, water beds. Water beds always made me feel a little seasick. I like the idea of them, but they're like, all right, guys, you know what? I love you all. So I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow night. We're going to be talking more about Jen Potato Soto and, the very real possibility of forthcoming Jen Soto charges, and what I know about a party that has standing in civil litigation, at least, for the loss of Maddie Soto, might be making a move of filing sometime soon. I don't know if I would be, I actually would like the documents to come out first. That's a better way for things to happen, but then we'll talk about it, or maybe I could give you a little bit of a heads up, let those documents come out, and then we can talk about it, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. So I'd love to tell you some of the juicy details about tomorrow, but I'm really fucking exhausted at this point. But thank you guys for hanging out so long and for just being amazing. I love you guys. Thank you, moderators, subscribers, members, people out in the rafters. I see some of you. One of you is a freaking pervert. Bye-bye now. You know who you are. And I hope to see you tomorrow night. And then the next live event we'll have. And I know there's a lot, because I told you last week, between whatever day that was and Christmas, we were going to do at least 4. And we are, because it's quality time with What's the Obsession fam. That's what we're doing, bitches. Merry Christmas. We'll do the trivia soon. Oh, but I want to wait to see if I can get some of the merch first. And honey, when I put your logo, I have to send it to you. And I did use your logo, so we have to figure that out too, the one that you really liked. I just figured, let's give it a whirl, see what happens. She's very talented. Yeah, I'm so glad you found us too, Kylie. You're so wonderful to have you in chat. Yeah, awesome. Great to see you, Squirrels on Fire. I mean, and maybe sometime we'll really hatch it out over the tight curls, and maybe we can heal a little bit together. Good night. Good night, guys. Okay. Yeah, this is where I play a nice little outro with music and some dramatic effects and some information. And people really liked watching them. I got great feedback, and you could see that my views would spike at the end of the beginning. People, when you watch live streams, they would just watch that. But Mommy, Daddy, YouTube stream, y'all said no more. So I just gotta go bye-bye. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Take care. And remember, life is hard, so be kind to one another, but mostly yourself. Give yourself a little Christmas present. I wish I could give you one. I wish I could knock on the door and give you a Christmas present. But that's why we're doing trivia. And we're going to get together again tomorrow night. Bye, guys.